All right then. Let's get this rolling. So let me grab my note. Okay. Last session began with the party deep within the fire giant lair, at the entrance to Galt the Gorer's, aka General Firefoot's, personal chambers. Looking inward, the party discovers slave cages dangling from the ceiling by chains, a massive pool of lava, as well as a small team of Azir, these bronze statue like humanoids wreathed in a mane of flame. And these Azur seem to be utilizing a giant-sized forge and anvil to craft an absurdly large tower shield. The Azur stop and begin observing the party as they open the door. Stepping inside the room, the party also reveals a large, lavish bed, several crates and barrels of iron, made of iron, and a few stone tables, alongside a fully armored, dual tower shield-wielding fire giant dreadnought on a warpath. Battle ensues, and General Firefoot calling upon his Azure servants for aid after the party landed a few keen blows. In the end, the sands of justice prevail, though beaten and bruised. Using a rope trick spell to facilitate a short rest and do a bit of looting, coming across the giant ruby pendant containing Tilinara Blackfeather, among other things. Locris was able to dispel the magic of the prison gem and cause Tilinara Blackfeather to spill forth from it. Weak and unconscious, the party finishes up with the room, stabilizes Tilinara, and moves on. Moving as stealthily as possible back toward the lair entrance, 18 freed slaves in tow, the party discovers a peculiar scene. The two fire giant guards posted at the entrance are in conflict with a large force of bullywugs. Stomping, smashing, and slashing, otherwise distracted, the party and slaves rally and aid the bullywugs in the slaying of these giants, making a quick and violent work of them. Fire giant war horns blare in the distance, and the party and their new bullywug allies then see to helping all of the freshly rescued slaves alongside unconscious Tilinara down the rocky slopes safely. Logos, before his descent, sends a hopeful message via Skywrite, proclaiming the death of General Firefoot. At the base of this mountain, where rock meets the lush, swampy vegetation, is where the party, Tilinara, the rescued captives, and bullywugs decide to make camp. Before long, the bullywugs have, after being told not to rebind the slaves, quickly provide several camouflaged grass huts constructed from materials found in the nearby swamp, and the party comes to rest under the vigilant guard of their new bullywug companions, and that is kind of where we are now. So it is now, the following morning. You guys can kind of just feel it in the air. It is not a bright and sunshiny day. It is quite gray and gloomy, and as morning crests, a light drizzle seems to develop. But before we get to the party proper, let's start with Blade. Blade, you despite where you bedded down for the evening, over the evening's time, quite stealthily and efficiently, this looks like your bullywug allies have built like a small tent around you, just big enough for one, and made of simple materials, sticks and rocks and giant leaves and things that they have kind of bound together they found from the swamp-like jungle area. And as you kind of stir in your own little private chambers, as you hear the rain kind of dripping on top, uh, uh, you notice at your door, at what would normally be this door, like this tent flap, if you will, there are several sets of eyes, several sets of bullywog eyes staring at you in your quarters as you kind of come to consciousness. And so, what? How do you react? What do you do from here?
So the bullywugs, like they built something that I sleep in, or like that I slept in, like they constructed something around me,
Correct.
or do we have? Okay.
They have constructed, almost like a nature's cocoon, like a small tent. It keeps you dry, but it is very much like natural materials that they had found. It's not particularly well made, clever perhaps, but they've essentially kind of constructed like a lean-to out of swamp goods over your sleeping body and kind of await outside the entrance, staring at you, kind of watching you sleep.
So I think naturally Blade would just kind of like as he's coming to, maybe as he's kind of like in this narrow, kind of like maybe I can envision it as like a single person tent almost. So like you wake up and you just kind of see the end, and you just see these eyes kind of glowing. Blade would definitely be surprised, just kind of what the and like could he? Can I just like take a look to make sure that I knew that it would be the bullywugs?
Yeah, give me a perception check. I'll give you the basics no matter what, but let's see what you roll.
Perception would be a 6. Starting off strong tonight.
So, as far as you can tell, you see about six sets of eyes staring at you from various positions outside of your tent, like right outside of your tent, like literally probably standing right up against the material, watching you. And yeah, there's just several of them. A couple of them look to be like laying in the mud, looking underneath the tent flap door. Others are kind of like creeped up, like kind of positioned, to side eye their way through the little, tent like slit. But for the most part, yeah, that's all you get with a six.
Can Blade just kind of go up to the other end, kind of like where the entrance would be, and just kind of like look under, and if like there's a bullywug like looking directly underneath, like basically get right up on his face and look underneath as well, like right back at him.
As you get under and pull one up, yeah, a bullywog face is there, and he does not flinch, but he does kind of look at you curiously as you stare at him, and he stares at you.
Blade will kind of open up, maybe start making his way outside of the tent, and just being like, "Oh, well, I don't remember this being here." Kind of looking at the uh, tent that they'd made, being like, are you responsible?"
Blade, as soon as you walk out of this little like makeshift tent, you take a step. Bullywogs that seem to be like positioned all around you, kind of swarm you. As you take a step outside, go ahead and give me a perception check. These like waist high people seem to be very fascinated with you, and as you step out of your tent, roughly a dozen of them, step up close to you, well within your personal space, kind of gawking, and they begin, kind of patting you down, touching your cloak, touching your boots, touching any, not really asking, kind of violating personal space a little bit, getting a little close. Some of them get in and like give your hair a sniff. Others seem to be like fascinated with your ears, and every once in a while reach out and like touch the point. You are quite a curious specimen to them. What did you roll?
Perception was 14.
So the first thing you notice when you look around in this early morning, aside from the gray skies and the light drizzle, is that there are hundreds of these little shelters that you just emerged from have erupted around this area, like hundreds. That being said, these small, kind of like frog-like humanoids seem to be like kind of groping you, basically. And at one point, you hear like, though it's put away on your back, you hear the strum of your lute or a string get plucked, twang, kind of out of tune. You feel them kind of fascinated with the simple things like the latches on your boots. They seem to be fascinated with it. Frogs are literally laying in the mud to be eye level with your boots as you kind of like slowly shuffle about and watch how like latches work. Like they're obsessed with it. And then others are, patting down your belt, like fascinated with your belt buckle. You have to like kind of catch them from like unclasping it on multiple occasions. And you do feel constantly that people are dipping their hands into your pockets, and on more than one occasion you feel your coin purse get a good tug and a shake, and one of these bullywogs will come put their ear to it and shake it. Like you are thoroughly being like groped by about a dozen bullywogs. How do you respond to this situation?
Oh Jesus. I guess Blade is going to maybe just being like feeling like some boundaries have been crossed. He's going to kind of I'm going to, you said, so there's like 12 of them on me, probably, roughly.
Roughly 12, yes.
Um, Blade is going to go ahead and use his Misty Step to maybe get himself like away from all of them, kind of like just teleport out of it.
Okay, yeah. You so do you want to how far are you trying to go? Are you trying to just teleport out of the crowd, or are you trying to teleport and maybe like stealth away, or how you tell me?
So I guess my if I could, I would like to Misty Step. Let me get the exact range. I think it's 30 feet. So if I can get, I guess whatever's going to clear me of them. Um, and then maybe like as I'm, the way I'm seeing it is like I step away and then almost like use my cloak, like of elven kind, to basically cover myself to give myself kind of a stealth bonus there.
Okay, yeah. With your quick, misty step, you just kind of from one location to another. You bamf in and out of reality quickly with a little poof of mist, and the bullywogs are absolutely perplexed and stunned. Some of them, bwap, and like fall backward into the mud, and several of them just kind of stand in this like semicircle where you were. Go ahead and roll me a stealth check. And then as these guys are kind of standing in this semicircle, some of them start looking around, but a few other ones like slowly put their hands out and begin like walking around in the like semicircle where you were, as if they were trying to touch something invisible. And yeah, so what was your stealth check?
So with advantage on that, I came up with a 29.
Okay, perfect. You just kind of start, you blend into this constant sea of what it looks to be, hundreds and hundreds of these tiny little makeshift huts that's, just big enough for like one person to lay down in. But you kind of start making your way stealthily through there. Let me roll a dice real quick. Gladier, you are next to arouse in the morning. You hear the light little pitter patter of rain on this, leaf tops that have been like erected around you. And as you kind of come to, you realize that this small vegetation like heavy structure has been kind of placed around you in your sleep. You have kind of a small room all to yourself made of vines and leaves and brambles and things. So and you too, as you kind of awake, you notice that there are several sets of eyeballs at the entrance of this makeshift tent, just gawking at you.
Oh man. I think he just like instinctually go to his dagger, just kind of like maybe not draw it out yet, but just kind of hold it, and then kind of maybe remember where he is and how they got there, um, and then kind of like slowly just make his way out of it. Kind of still like hand on the hilt of the dagger, just kind of slowly crawling out of the little lean-to.
As you crawl outside, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Oh, that's a natural 20. Holy shit. Uh, for a 21.
All right, nice. So as you kind of look around, adjusting your eyes to the light, it's a gray kind of rainy day, but you also see hundreds and hundreds of these tiny little hut-like structures that seem to be erected around you overnight. And as you step out of your tent, yeah, they seem to come from everywhere. From eyeballs pop out of the mud itself, and some of these, what you thought was tent-like structures, in a very chameleon-like way, these frog people kind of just appear into existence. It looks like they're literally walking out of the walls and the earth itself, and they kind of swarm you as you step outside. They are fascinated by several aspects of you. They, particularly your armor. You notice that a lot of them kind of get close and like look at their reflection in your plate armor, and it's they warp it. Some of them breathe on it and wipe it down and make it kind of a little more shiny, and then they warp it kind of like a funhouse mirror. Their eyes get big, or they're one of them scares another by making the reflection of his mouth 10 times bigger than he should, as off of your kneecap. They seem to be really interested in touching and grabbing things, particularly on your belt. Right away, you feel a good tug or two on your coin purse. They seem to be fascinated with the jingle sound. On top of that, one of them grabs your khopesh and unsheaths it.
I think Glader would have been kind of like laughing, been a little amused at their like kind of childishness and sense of wonder at first until they grabbed his father's khopesh, and then he let out like a loud, low growl and reach for the khopesh back and grab it. Not like threatening, but just kind of like sort of like because he knows they're humanoid, but also probably more animalistic in nature. So like kind of like doing like the I don't know, like the alpha of the pack kind of figure or situation where he just like growls and like looks at them and snatches the khopesh back.
As you like let out this growl, all dozen of them, they all cower and like take a quick step back, but only about half of them break eye contact. The others are just drawn to you through this weird, curious nature, and they kind of gawk at the khopesh, and they kind of, you see like them kind of slowly put it together, like oh, it's a weapon, like because they're not quite sure 100% about what you guys are about, what you guys, all your equipment and things. And yeah, as you kind of scare these guys away a little bit, and they give you a little bit more respect and girth after you kind of launch a growl and snatch your item back. Let's see here. We're going to move on down from there. Oh, no. Before we move on down from there, with that nat 20, you also see it looks like the slaves that you guys have rescued were put in a pen and not in small tents like you the party and all the frogs. There is like a makeshift pen of like thorny brambles, and it looks like you've got roughly 20 something people held looks to be against their will in this like thorny bramble like kind of like how one would set up to herd cattle and things like a makeshift fence, if you will.
I think he later would let out like another like uh, snarl at them, and then just walk over to the pen and start trying to, force an opening through the thorny brambles, and just kind of like look at the slaves apologetically, just like, sorry about that. They don't really understand. Yeah, they just don't understand. Let me get you out of there. Everything's gonna be okay. We're gonna get you back to the city real soon, and just kind of work to get them out.
As you do this, you notice that several of them like are kind of just standing off, kind of scrutinizing. They cock their head to the side, trying to figure out maybe what you're saying or what you're doing, and several others kind of look to the damaged like bramble spot that you kind of crashed through their little makeshift fence, and they kind of cock their heads as they look at the damage and look at you, kind of confused, but essentially non confrontational. Locris, you hear Gladier growl a couple of times, and sounds like he stomps off. As you come to, you find yourself in a similar situation. You are in like a very vegetation heavy made structure, and it's like a little tent, like lean-to type situation built over you, and it looks to be like several sets of eyes peering in at you from the entrance to this small makeshift tent.
I'll use mage hand to kind of open the tent to see outside.
As you kind of move the little slit curtain that to see outside, it startles one of the bullywogs. You could clearly see, and it startles him, and he scrambles backwards but falls into the mud. Aside from the pitter patter of the rain, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Perception. 19.
You, from within your tent, you can definitely tell that there are at least several dozen of these structures in your immediate vicinity. But it also looks like you're looking at probably roughly a couple dozen bullywogs also in and around your immediate vicinity.
Well, as they don't seem to be aggressive, Locris will just start getting ready for the morning.
Okay, yeah, they don't particularly seem aggressive, but they do seem curious and watch you very closely.
Then after getting up, make my way out of the tent to see why Gladier was being grumpy.
You see, go ahead and give me a perception check as you kind of exit your little tent.
That one's going. All right, that one's going to be a 10.
You do see Gladier kind of breaking through this like small bramble, like looks like gate, and helping some of the recently rescued captives to their feet. You notice, in all directions all around you, it looks like there are hundreds of these little makeshift huts. And yeah, you see Gladier kind of helping out the slaves who don't seem to have huts.
So Gladier bad hotel accommodations?
No, you are also swarmed by these guys as you kind of call out to Gladier. You know, they seem to come out of the woodwork. They come out of what you thought was, you know, a structure or a puddle of mud. These things just kind of just flock to you from all directions. Their little muddy, sticky hands, patting you down. Essentially, they're curious about what's in your pockets. They like the buckles on your belts. They seem particularly interested in your horns. They look at, several of them position themselves, whether on a nearby structure or upon one another, to kind of not only get a better look, but you catch these bullywogs, occasionally reaching out and grabbing one of your horns to get a better, a feel for it or something. And not only that, you do feel tugs at, things you would typically have about your waistline. They're curious about your coin purse and things like that. You feel thoroughly, you're definitely getting like thoroughly searched almost by these curious little bullywogs, and they are pretty up in your business at the moment.
The first time one of them reached for my waist, I would have pulled out my mace, spikes inside, and smashed his hand.
Okay, yeah. As you kind of pull your mace out and crush this thing's hand, the other bullywogs, they all jump back immediately, and they the one with the crushed hand, after you kind of pull your weapon back, he kind of shudders and kneels kind of before you, and he looks down to the ground. And suddenly you are surrounded by like what became 20, what became 30, what became 40. You are now surrounded by bullywogs, and they all begin chanting something. Boo-wah, boo-wah, boo-wah.
I'll cast comprehend languages.
As you kind of cast the spell, it briefly causes a bit of a silence, but not enough. The lull comes back, and they are telling you to finish him, finish him, finish him.
I'll just roll my eyes and yell, although they probably don't understand me. Any of you touch me, I will kill you. And then I'll make my way towards Glader, kind of using my mace to push them to the side out of my walkway.
If you even so much as wave it at them, they they obnoxiously scramble as fast as they can out of the way, often falling into this like slick kind of mud situation that's going on around camp. And yeah, you make your way towards Gladier without a problem. With that being said, Locris, as you walk away, the bullywogs descend on the injured bullywog quickly and efficiently. And not only do they kill him, but they gut him and quarter him up for meat right there. The entire process takes almost 60 seconds. It's before you make it officially to Gladier. Like, they are very efficient. And as this happens, there's a little bit of a cheer from this crowd of bullywogs as meat is, added up to the menu.
Well, I think I found how to get breakfast.
To Logos, you awaken from your meditative state, and there has been a small shelter constructed of the natural swamp vegetation around you. And as you stir in the early morning and look outside of this, from what you could see, you see that there are several eyeballs staring back at you from the entrance of this small, makeshift tent.
So as I move to the side, my bullywug prostitute, I will stand. No, I'm just playing. I guess being in the forage and in the swamp, Logos feels really at home being in nature. So he'll kind of do a good stretch do his morning stretches, and not even like think about it. Just kind of walk outside and just like acknowledge whatever's out there and just be really at peace with the nature right now.
And as you do so, bullywugs seem to come out of the woodwork. They come out of things that you thought were stone and structure and mud. They seem to just appear out of nowhere. And you are swarmed by roughly a dozen of these bullywugs. They step forward and they're curious. And as you kind of exit your tent, your passive perception lets you see this. You exit your tent, and immediately, within not even 1 second, one of these bullywugs who had positioned himself on top of your tent has helped himself to a couple of your arrows out of your quiver. And as soon as you step outside, you're swarmed by these guys. They're patting your boots. They're fascinated with your chain boots. They can't get over the material. They find it. They're touching it. They're tasting it. They seem to like pat your pockets down, curious of what you have in your pocket. You have to stop them from taking your coin purse on more than one occasion. And and a couple of them briefly try to draw any dagger or sword that you may have hanging on your hip, curious as to what it may be. On top of that, a couple others make their way to your ears, fascinated by the pointy long elven ears. They seem to be drawn to it. Some of them are also kind of reaching out and touching it every once in a while. And you're getting thoroughly mauled by these like small people who are basically patting you down and checking out all your stuff.
Well, I'll for sure grab my coin purse and stick it in my coin purse, stick it down my pants, since that was our go-to, just to keep it safe. And Logus would kind of like just treat them like he would like if he was walking through a kindergarten class and they were all doing that, and you'd be more than happy to like, show him the sword and kind of bask in this moment, that these creatures are so curious and he doesn't want to frighten them or stomp their curiosity. If anything, he would probably encourage it. Um, Pull out his sword and kind of like hold it like on his hand so they can touch it and feel it. Maybe even let one of them hold it and just kind of encourage them in their curiosity.
Okay, yeah. As you're kind of, taking a knee and explaining stuff, you see these wide-eyed frog people just kind of like just flabbergasted at all of the stuff and things. Like these are things they've never considered or even seen before, and they're very curious, very eager to learn. Which will finally bring us down to Renwick. Renwick, similar situation. You wake up in this vegetation teepee that has been erected over you. You hear a bit of commotion outside, but mostly just the pitter patter of the rain on top of your tent. From here, as you kind of stir, you see several sets of eyes peering in at you from the entrance slit of this makeshift tent.
I imagine he, like gathers himself, kind of rubs the dust out of his eyes and whatnot, and stretches as much as he can in the tent, and then just kind of slowly makes his way out, and kind of keeping his eye out as he's getting up. I like getting a sense for why all eyes are on him.
Okay, go ahead and give me a perception check as you kind of get ready and step outside.
$18.
So, aside from the fact that hundreds of these tents have been erected around you, upon exiting the tent, a couple of bullywugs, about 4 in total, 2 of them come up to each side of you and kind of cock their head curiously, and they wave their hand to another set of bullywugs, and a tray of food is brought over to you, and it looks like a wooden plank that they've wrapped a couple leaves with, and then on top of it seems to be some sort of seared meat, and they take a knee and they present it to you.
I mean, at this point, he hasn't seen anything else that's happened, and this seems like a nice gesture. I think he would be a little hesitant, given that he and Blade had to talk them out of not tying everybody up. So I think he would kind of like bow to them almost, and he'll pick up a piece, and then he'll point at it, and he'll point over at like some of the people, and just see if he can like make sense of what it is.
One bullywog kind of, you point to the meat and then you point to the people. Let me roll a dice real quick. He nods aggressively, pulls out a knife, and then it looks to be made of stone or perhaps bone, and then starts walking towards the slave pit where the slaves have been corralled.
He'll immediately be like,
She's
no,
like,
no, 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 like, and he'll like, stay his hand.
He stops. He turns, returns the knife to the sheath, and comes back and respectfully takes a knee as they present this platter of seared meat to you.
And as long as it's not like one of the slaves, he will just kind of curiously take a bite, I guess, as a show of good faith.
What was your perception check?
18.
As you kind of taste this meat, it is the worst flavored meat you have ever tasted in your life. It tastes like you're chewing on a bit of charcoal. It is ashy and charcoaly, and as you kind of politely grind through this bite and manage to choke it down, you do see a large fire giant hand on a spigot nearby.
And he'll just kind of nod and like pretend like it's good and rub his stomach, and he'll set it back down on the platter.
And at that point, you seem to get mauled. A couple more of these guys show up, and then a couple more, and then a couple more, and it's like you're the talk of the town. They're interested in the material that your cloak is. They're interested in your armor. They have a fascination with like boots and buckles for some reason. They're just like they're fascinated by these things, and as they're kind of patting you down, one of them, once they stumble upon your tentacle hand, it frightens them at first. Several of them jump back, and they kind of screech and scream and fall, and others slowly but cautiously approach with their eyes locked on your tentacle fingers, just kind of mind blown by how that could be a thing. And you do feel them, tugging at your belt, tugging at your coin purse, rattling what's inside, attempting to, fiddle with anything they can in any of your pockets. And one of them, for sure, draws the rapier from your belt.
The second I think it would like touch the rapier is when he would kind of react negatively. I think he would kind of let them be curious for a second, but the second it hits his dad's sword, I think he would immediately kind of like with a flourish grab the rapier and almost like try to dip through them to get a little space so he could hold the rapier out toward them.
Okay, yeah. Give me athletics or acrobatics check.
Go acrobatics. 19.
Oh yeah, you bob and weave no problem, and a little bit of a tumble here, and you've created a bit of space between them. And you moving so quickly and brandishing a weapon, they pretty much scatter. Like several of them run away. Some of them move backwards and stay on the outskirts, kind of position a tent between you and them as they watch on curiously. But yeah, they thoroughly scatter.
And for good measure, I think at this point, he needs them to kind of fear him. And So he takes his tentacle hand and he slams it into the ground, and he summons that spectral tentacle in between him and the bullywugs, and kind of just like slams the ground a couple times, and just as like a show of force, and then he'll dispel it.
This causes several hidden bullywugs you did not see to throw their hands up in the air and run away screaming.
Figure if we're going to be their new gods, we should probably strike a little bit of fear.
Hey, Sean, for world immersion, what does a screaming bullywug sound like?
Well, I imagine something like.
And since Locris casts comprehend languages, what does Locris hear them saying as they flee this giant tentacle smashing around?
We've angered the champions. Flee, flee.
Perfect.
I think Glader also like somewhat retroactively, after he like finished letting the slaves out of the pen, the makeshift pen, would have checked to make sure all of his stuff was there.
Give me a perception check later.
Oh, that's good. 19.
Yeah, everything seems to be in order.
Okay, even my coin purse.
You still got it this time.
Okay.
So as you guys kind of meet up, as you guys kind of start your morning this way, you guys kind of, find yourselves the tallest beings in this, camp of tiny makeshift huts. But there are hundreds of them, and you kind of take a survey of the scene. It looks like where the mountain meets this like swampy jungle-ish region has erupted into a village or a town or maybe even a city of bullywugs. But you're looking at probably a couple hundred houses, and you see roughly that many bullywugs walking about, and they are all eyes trained on you, every single one. There seems to be a small crowd of bullywugs around each and every one of you everywhere you go, and they are just curious, staring, and perhaps getting a bit too close at times. But so as you guys kind of reconvene, what do you guys do from here?
I'd want to look for Taliara, since she was out the night before, to see what happened to her.
Give me a perception check.
$23.
So most of these structures are the same height, the same shape, the same color, but one catches your eye. It's a bit farther away from your camp than you remember Tilinara being when you guys bedded down, but it's a bit different shape. It's a bit larger, and there looks to be a small chimney popping out of the rooftop of this, even though it's surrounded by greenery, the greenery of these other little lush vegetation huts. This chimney sticks out just barely, but in particular because the smoke seems to be coming from it, is wafting out in various shades of purple.
Would I have seen Renwick come out and go through his whole spiel?
Oh, for sure. You may be a short distance away.
Alright, I've just seen all that. Be like, hey, Renwick, I think our friend you need is over in this house with the strange chimney. Why don't you join me and we'll go take a look?
That sounds like a worthwhile endeavor. Pretty convenient with the purple smoke. Makes it easy, kind of tells you where to go. He'll just kind of make his way through, sheath his rapier, and every now and then, I imagine he just stretches his tentacles out at the bullywugs to kind of spook them.
They flinch, and some of them flee,
every time.
You know, I smashed one of them in the hand for getting all touchy-feely, and they killed him. It's the craziest shit.
I think we've accidentally become cult leaders. But, I mean, for the moment, we should take advantage of it because they can help us get these people to safety. But we should probably sever ties the second we get out of the swamp. You know, it's gonna be a bit of a bad image. They're kind of hard to communicate with.
Well, they called us champions. I can hear what they say. I can't talk back to them. So I'm more concerned they're going to go start shit they can and make us try and defend them. And I just don't want to do that.
You
That's
see
a fair
Logus in
point.
the background using druid craft to create little flowers and putting them on all the bullywugs' ears.
Logus might enjoy it.
Several bullywogs come like marching by you guys, and you notice that each of them has kind of taken a strap of leather and wrapped it around their head, and within this strap of leather they have placed 2 sticks, one on either side of their head, and they seem to be attempting to imitate Logos's ears, a lot of them.
This is incredible.
Great.
Logus will go up
Cross.
to him and touch him and be like, try to mimic like, oh, very nice, I love it. And he'll bloom a little flower and put it in their ears.
Great. They become cosplayers.
Everywhere Logus seems to go, it seems that he is drawing more bullywugs than the lot of you. Each of you have about a dozen, like, faithful little frog followers, but Logos is working on like 20 or 30. And it seems like not only are they surrounding him, but they occasionally, you notice, get a bit violent when trying to vie for his affections. You often see when he turns his back to them, strangling and beating on each other to try to gain, get a little closer and maybe gain favor of this champion. It's kind of a cat and mouse game.
Renwick will look over at Locust and be like, well, if I'm not mistaken, I think they've chosen their cult leader, and we might just be the lieutenants. But while he's got them distracted, we might as well get a few things done.
Yeah, it's just going to be more pets for him to disappoint later.
Oh, what will Tony Hawk say?
Until someone tells me what we're doing, I'm going to start fashioning little bows for them out of sticks and some twine that I have.
Okay, yeah. They not only do they like love getting gifts, they're like super excited about it. Like, it seems like after you take a bit of time to make one and gift one to one of these frog people, that the other frog people seem to like bow to him when you give them a gift. Like, it's it's almost like a symbol of status, and they watch you intently as you kind of make these, and some of them start to attempt to make their own, but not quite as skillful as you are. Lots of failed attempts, but they're attempting it. But so as you guys approach this slightly bigger hut, wafting a bit of purple smoke out of this chimney, you guys notice a couple of bullywogs excitedly run out of the hut and scramble off and dive into another one. And it sounds like a little bit of rustling through something here or there, and they excitedly scramble back into the hut, and they look to have arms full of goods as they scramble back into this hut quickly.
Can I hear them talking as they're scrambling in?
They say, as they kind of scramble around, they're like, where is it? Where is it? Oh, here they are. Oh, she'll like this one. Oh, and that one too. And then, and some of those. And then they flee into the hut.
Well, it sounds like Logus may have competition for some loving fans. And then I'll knock on the hut.
The couple of bullywogs do kind of like pull the slide back and stare at you, but they don't say anything. And eventually, they do kind of, after looking you up and down, they slowly reach out to touch your belt.
I will use Mage Hand to grab on to their hand and shake my head, just no.
Both of their jaws drop and they step aside as they stare at you like in like some sort of awe.
And then enter the hut.
As you enter the hut, it's a humble, quick, thrown together job. But within this hut, there is a small circle of stones that seems to have a bit of a fire going. On top of that, there looks to be a little bit of a spigot type of a setup, and near a bed is a couple of these like clay vases. You can assume full of water. And Tilinara Blackfeather sits on a bed of leaves covered with like a mossy blanket. And this elven woman, getting on in years, she looks quite haggard, for lack of a better word. She is dirty, and she has sunken in eyes. Most elves don't really get wrinkles. It takes hundreds of years before an elf gets wrinkles, but she does seem to have a few smile lines here and there, and she greets you warmly as she smiles as you enter. And says, "Oh, I imagine it's you I have to thank for my freedom, and not the tiny little cannibal frogs, huh?"
No, they're very excitable, but they were helpful in getting us out.
I was gonna say, I mean, we technically couldn't have done it without them, but we were the ones specifically that, took down the general and freed you from the crystal.
Well, then you have my thanks, and when my strength returns, I will be glad to repay the favor, reward you in some way or another. You see, like, she struggles to kind of like sit up, and she has a cane near the side of the bed. She kind of edges to the bed and sits to kind of like address and talk to you, but she still looks very weak.
So that's certainly a kindness that we'll accept once you're feeling better. We actually have a few things that we think you could help us with, but first we need to get you back on your feet, and we need to get these people out of the swamp. I'm assuming if you've been able to build a structure like this, you've at least got a little bit of magic. Is there anything you could do to potentially help us get these people and yourself to safety?
Well, believe it or not, they built this for me. I had no say in this little structure. Even though they are tiny little evil creatures, they serve their place in the circles of life, just like all the others. Not entirely always bad, I suppose.
Well, it seemed to be rather helpful. I just wasn't aware that they were, I guess, knowledgeable in building chimneys and whatnot. I think your unit's got a bit of an upgrade in comparison.
They're afraid of me. They think I'm a witch.
Oh, well, I just summoned a giant spectral tentacle to scare him, and I've got tentacles for my right hand, and he's just kind of like holds it up and waves.
She kind of looks kind of like dire at it. She's like, ooh, like kind of grimaces her face, but then collects her composure after.
Oh, yeah, sorry. That one's, I don't think you can help me with that one. Bit of a long story.
So who do I owe the pleasure? Tilinara Blackfeather. I try to maintain the balance in the Alliance Islands for hundreds of years now. It doesn't seem to get any easier, but thank you again. Who do I owe my favor to for your rescuing me from that oaf. I can't believe someone like that had me in prison for months. How long was I gone? What? She looks disoriented and kind of half collapses back into into the bed and starts kind of breathing heavily. And it takes her a moment to regain her composure. And she sits back up. She says, "Sorry. Your name. What are your names?"
Renwick will take off his hat and make his way forward and extend his hand and introduce himself and just be like, well, my friend and I here are part of a group of knights known as the Sons of Justice. My name's Renwick. And he'll step forward and take her hand with his left hand so that he's not giving her the tentacles. And kind of bow a little bit. And just say, we've been looking for you for quite some time now. Glad we got you back to safety.
She daintily kind of shakes your hand. She's looking for me. And why would you go about doing something like that?
Well, we've got a rather large problem. And a good friend of ours, or at least a good ally of ours, told us that you're one of the only people that could help him fix it.
And who is this ally?
I believe you might know an older man by the name of Bo.
Oh, I know him. And I would be happy to accommodate you for freeing me from whatever fresh hell that was.
Well, if there's anything that we can do to help you feel better and get you back on your feet faster, please don't hesitate to ask. My friends and I travel pretty well prepared most days. And, well, yeah, we'll nurse you back to health as quickly as we can. And he'll kind of step back so that Locris can introduce himself.
Yes, my name is Locris, and I was the one who was able to surprisingly free you from that gem. Figured a good night's sleep, not falling, was in order.
Oh, thank you. You have my gratitude.
Yes, but before we worry about gratitude, we do need to get everybody, the freed slaves and you as well, back to the city where we can properly regroup and maybe leave our little friends here behind, because that's really going to slow us down.
Not to mention, they're getting a little jumpy and weirdly obsessed with Logus. And I'm thinking that that's not going to turn out very well if we let it go too far. You know?
I mean, he's enjoying it, but I think for everybody's sake, it's better if he doesn't.
She smiles and agrees. Well, I'm afraid I'm not quite myself. I might need more than an evening of rest to shake the fog my body's in, but I can move on my own accord, though I'm going to be slow. My apologies. Unless one of you strapping young lads has some other means of travel, I think we're probably on foot through the swamp back to Lover's Rest, if I recall.
Well, lucky for you, we've got a couple more friends with us, and one of them happens to be a rather large lizard. I'm pretty sure he'd be more than happy to carry you.
You have curious allies. She kind of gestures to the frog person that you guys just kind of now notice that there's been a bullywog in the room, standing rigid and just kind of open-eyed, staring at you all from the shadows, just kind of gawking, saying nothing, not moving.
Renwick will cast Minor Illusion and make it look like there's a tentacle coming out of the ground, like rising up toward him.
He literally jumps through the paper mache, like leaves and twigs of the wall, just busts right out of it with a powerful jump.
And he'll look over at Tilinar and be like, "Oh, sorry, that was, yep, probably went a little bit too far there. Not in enclosed spaces. I've learned that lesson."
Oh, they all have their place in nature, even these little weirdos. She kind of stares out the hole at what appear to be, a couple of bullywogs dueling each other outside. Well, I'm ready when you are. I will travel as well as I can. Might take a day or two for me to be able to flex my muscles and magic proper, but after you. She slowly gets up out of bed, and you do notice her almost immediately fall upon trying to stand up, catching herself at the last moment with her cane. And her cane with a few arcane words becomes a quarterstaff, and then she has something to kind of lean on, but she looks exhausted still, and she is kind of hunched over, leaning most of her weight on this magical quarterstaff of hers.
I'll lean out the hut and yell out for Glader.
And Renwick will go up to like a nearby bullywug, and then he's gonna Minor Illusion like I guess almost like a sled, like two sticks with a sling in the middle that Tilinara could ride on, so that somebody could like tow it, and try to give them an idea of like what to make, and see if they'll react and make it for us.
Okay. I'm gonna need you to give me a persuasion check, or less to persuade them to do it, and more to efficiently communicate what you want them to do.
All right. That's a 12.
With the 12, as bewildered as they are, you do manage to get your point across, and it takes no time at all. Eventually, a trio of bullywogs return, and they have like a small, like pullable kind of like a makeshift gurney type of a situation. Excuse me. Looks to be made from some sturdy jungle wood and some vines, all kind of wove together. And it's kind of like a portable gurney, like hammock type of a situation, easily carryable by a couple of people, or dragged by Gladir probably. And as they go get this, all three of them, they take like a piece of it, and they all bow deeply and take a knee and like lower their head, and all in unison kind of present this gift to you.
He will accept it, and trying to look through my inventory and see if I have anything worth giving. He will bow to them, and then he will reach out and hand them a playing card set, just like a basic set of playing cards.
Their eyes kind of go huge at the many pictures, and the three of them kind of gawk at this like set of playing cards for a good moment, kind of taking a deep breath, and puffing their chests out. But then it quickly turns into, this is mine, no, this is mine. All three of them kind of have their hand on the deck of playing cards, and the playing cards go everywhere, and the three of them just start pummeling each other in this little camp.
And he'll just kind of like shrug back at Tilinara and be like, "Milady?" and gesture toward the sling.
How thoughtful of you. Everybody has their place. Weird. She kind of sets up,
posts up in this little, basically like travel gurney, and she just kind of gets settled in, kind of relaxes. You know, the many of the bullywugs kind of give her a wide berth for some reason. They don't seem too keen on getting close to her, and Locris, you hear them often mumble the word witch when they are in her presence, but they seem eager to please her at the same time. Like you see her kind of reach out and say something in this. Well, I guess you have comprehend languages. She asks them for some food, turns down several different types of meat, and eventually one of them brings her like a potato, and she is happy and accepts it, and they go about doing their thing. But you know, for the most part, they do not get close to her unless she speaks to them.
I think
They're
Glader
definitely afraid of her.
Glader would have fought his way through the swarm of bullywugs between him and the tent by now.
Oh yeah, and as you guys all kind of convene, you guys realize one thing. Fucking, you guys haven't seen Blade all morning.
Yeah, that's weird. Have you guys seen Blade anywhere? I mean, I'm assuming he got a tent like the rest of us, but I haven't seen him yet. And hello, man. Assuming you're Tilanara.
Oh,
Oh,
yes,
I
sorry.
assume
Where
you're
are my
the
manners?
lizard pack mule they told me they had. She kind of chuckles under her breath.
Oh, yeah, by the way, Gladier, we're going to need your help getting Tilinar out of the swamp, and since you've always been the muscles. And quite frankly, I can't carry anything with anyone because I'm too short, so I'd have to carry it above my head. That just simply won't work. He kind of like ribs him.
Okay. Yeah, pack mule. I got something a little better than that. And it'll give us an extra little friend along the way. Why don't you guys go looking for Blade, and I'm gonna start working on a way to transport our fine friend here.
But it just so happens I convinced the bullywugs to make a bit of a stretcher for. So really, we have a method. Unless you have something better than that, I'm all ears.
Well, I think I have something that would be able to pull that along behind it, so I can have both my hands free in case we come across something, less than inviting.
Why are you being cryptic? What do you got?
It's just gonna give me like 10 minutes, and he'll just
Okay, if you want to make a big show of it, go on.
it actually takes 10 minutes.
He's
So
got something.
he just kneels down on the ground and kind of holds his holy symbol in one hand, and with his other hand kind of roughly draws the holy symbol of his holy symbol into the dirt, and then just kind of chanting and muttering under his breath. And then after 10 minutes of doing that, the celestial looking, kind of like glittering golden, like almost see through, like almost incorporeal, but also there at the same time. Just a large elk kind of just appears. And he just slowly stands up and kind of, scritches it behind the ears and looks back to the group. Well, this guy can, is thinking he could pull the sled along behind him, and then, no offense, Dylan, I'm sure you're not excessively heavy or anything, but if we run across something nasty, I'd like to be able to protect you.
She's, as she kind of says that, she totally bails on the whole idea of the the gurney or whatever, and just comfortably kind of goes and sits herself atop the mount. She says, I might be weak, but I could ride for some time. I think we'll be all right.
Oh, well, that works out even better. Sorry, Bullywug friends. You made this for nothing.
Well, that's far more convenient. All right, well, on with it. She's got to ride, and we've got to get out of here. Let's get these people.
We still need to find Blade.
Oh,
Remember?
shit. You're right. We did forget about Blade. Where's he been?
No, you forgot about Blade. I did.
Blade, what do you think?
Look at the... Oh, sorry.
Blade, what do you think you've been doing this whole time? You kind of just slipped out and stealthily have been maneuvering through the shadows of the camp, kind of making your way around this way and that. So what do you think? You would have easily seen your party emerge, especially Gladiator. He's growling at him and hollering at him. Locris managed to get one killed somehow. So you would have seen him, but not necessarily they you. So what have you been doing?
So as soon as I ducked out, I'd imagine I might have positioned myself behind a tree or something, and maybe kind of just I know that I would have left my loot behind, and doing so, leaving so quickly, I would have maybe tried to use my mage hand to slowly start bringing possessions back to me, secretly or discreetly. Without the bullywug noticing, maybe first kind of grabbing the loot and just kind of slowly just dragging it.
Okay, yeah. You're give me a sleight of hand check. Your stealth's already on point, but let's see what you do with a sleight of hand.
But a hand. Ooh, not good. 10.
As you kind of stealthily begin floating your loot over to you, you notice that a couple bullywugs do take notice. However, they're just kind of fascinated by it. And as your loot begins to slowly float towards you, these bullywugs, kind of almost in a hypnotic looking trance, seem to just be following the loot.
So I guess Blade would kind of just continue to bring that loot towards him, knowing that those bullywugs are kind of following and trailing it. But I mean, Blade's nothing without his instrument, so he is just determined to get that to him. And upon kind of maybe bringing the loot maybe up to where he Blade would be kind of in a standing position, under the concealment of his cloak, kind of reveal himself, and kind of while revealing himself, holding the loot and taking a big just drum of it.
And it startles them at first to kind of come upon you, but then they almost get giddy. They kind of at first they're taken aback and step back, but then they kind of almost fangirl out, and they kind of do a little dance around you, and then kind of keep their distance a bit, but they just kind of put their arms by their side and stare at you with their large frog eyes, wondering what you'll do next.
Blade just kind of, at this point, he's probably seen that the frogs aren't really they're not there to really attack them or anything. They're not really a threat, but he'll just kind of sigh and be these aren't really the spectators I was really hoping for if I'm going to make a name for myself. Kind of throws his loot kind of over his shoulder and starts making his way towards the group, just being I'm over here in case anyone was even wondering.
Okay, yeah. And as you all reconvene, a thunderous crack of lightning strikes off in the distance, and with it, the rain opens up and just begins to pour and pour and pour.
out of nowhere, sheets upon sheets of rain kind of pummel the party, the bullywogs, and the 20-something slaves you guys have in tow. So, tell me how you guys go from here. What's the plan?
Blade will kind of like, as the storm's crashing, to a, starting off with a crash, Blade will kind of run up to the group and be like, listen, this storm has inspired me. What if I wrote a song called Lightning Crashes?
Definitely an eye-catching title.
Lightning. Yeah, I mean, the song title is very nice. I guess I'd have to wait until I hear the actual song itself and to pass any real judgment. But I like the title so far.
It will just kind of ponder and think.
Maybe it could have lyrics like, when the thunder rolls and the lightning strikes. Maybe country twang to it.
Oh, I do like that. I do like that a lot. Kind of like pull out of his like bardic book and start writing notes into it, but getting his soaked.
Blade, is now really the time to write a song? I mean, we should probably get these people to shelter if the storm's coming in.
Oh, you, my friend. This is a moment of inspiration for me, and yes, I do agree. We probably should get them to some shelter of some sort.
I mean, far be it from me to question your methods. If you need to write your song, write your song. I mean, after all, it is about us, so be curious to hear it. And then he'll just turn around and go off to try to like help the people and see if we can travel through the storm or not.
Okay. Renwick, as you kind of go to like help these recently freed slaves and stuff, go ahead and give me, we'll say, a perception or an insight check. Your call.
I rolled a 2 for an 8.
They look like they're struggling. Yeah, they're not. They're about as good as shape as Tilinara is.
I think Glader would be helping too, like maybe walking around to try and find like any like long branches or like whether they're on the tree or on the ground to kind of like hand out as like walking sticks for anyone who's like struggling to walk.
Okay, you can also give me either a perception or an insight check as you're kind of helping the slaves along.
Alrighty. Oh, that is not much better. That's an 8.
I mean, even with your help, it's definitely you're assisting them, but it's pretty apparent, like right off the bat, like you guys really don't get far from this kind of little makeshift tent community that popped up overnight. Maybe 100 yards or so, and what is easy trekking for some healthy adventurers is actually quite the chore for some of these like emaciated type of recently freed slaves. What you can traverse in 20 minutes or so is literally taking them hours. Like their feet get stuck, the sloggy muck kind of like sucks their feet in, and they struggle to free themselves, and some of them fall in the muck and then can't actually get up without a helping hand. Like you imagine that it only took you about a day to get to where you set up camp, but at this pace with these slaves, you're looking at 2, maybe 3 days travel through this swampy region. And you do notice that the rain is not helping. Like it's pummeling you guys, and it is making the swampy, mucky region even more mucky. You guys, the slaves are definitely struggling to keep pace with you guys.
So with one of my cantrips, Druidcraft, I can actually look at what the weather is going to be like for the next 24 hours. It let me pull it up. So it'll go to north for clear skies, a cloud for rain, falling snowflakes for snow, stuff like that.
Okay, yeah. As you kind of whip the magic around of this little cantrip, you get a good sense of kind of like the weather in the area, and you know that this storm will probably last the day, but you're looking at sunny, bright skies tomorrow.
Captain Renwick, perhaps it's best to just hunker down for one more day. I got good information that tomorrow will be clear and sunny, and it would probably be a lot easier for these people to move. Also, it'd be good for them to have at least one more day's rest. I mean, if time is not of the essence, then perhaps one more day won't hurt.
Well, I think time might be of the essence. I mean, after all, we might have caved in one route from that route to that volcano, but there's an entire base that we skipped by going through the back door. So there's a good chance that once they realize their general's dead, that they'll be coming our way. And I'd hate to have these people out in the swamp if those fire giants catch up to us.
But didn't they say that General Firefoot was the one uniting them? Aren't fire giants usually not united under a single cause? I mean, if their leader is dead, I would say they're more likely to scatter back to their old ways than come hunting for revenge.
But if there's any that are loyal to them, they'll be angry before they get disbanded. I feel like it's not out of the question for them to retaliate before everything falls apart. We can post up, but we're going to have to be very vigilant. I mean, this is a lot of people to protect in the middle of all this. And we're not very far away.
Well, I've actually been training the bullywugs in a point behind me, and there's like a good 20 bullywugs that have little makeshift bows and arrows. Yeah, while you were talking inside the tent, I've somewhat taught them to shoot a bow and arrow.
You know what? I think that every person's meant for one specific moment. That moment that they're on this planet. And I think this might be yours. And he'll reach up and put a hand on his shoulder and just be like, you and your... Kind of looks around him. No, I don't know that there's quite a word for it, but you have a bond with these people. So hopefully you're right. And I trust you to protect us. And he just like shakes his head and fucking walks away.
Look, I've been working hard. Look, and I'm gonna like whistle and give to the first bullywug that I gave the bow to, and kind of do the whistle and the signal for him to show off his skills, and see how well that bullywug shoots his little bow and arrow.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a persuasion check. Not to convince them to do it, but to convey to them what you want them to do.
That is a 5 on the die with no modifiers.
So you go ahead and you give this little signal, and the first bullywog to receive the bow, the one with the most practice, his chest puffs up, and he jumps up onto like a log to get a better view of the crowd. He draws an arrow, and it's not an arrow he has made, Logos. You recognize this being an arrow from your quiver. And he draws it back, this steel arrow, and launches it right into the skull of the nearest bullywog and just brains him. And he falls over dead, shooting it a whopping 5 feet. And all of the bullywogs around look to the dead bullywog, then look to the bullywog on the stump with the bow, and then they all cheer, and they immediately and voraciously, several hatchets and boning knives come out, and this dead bullywog is now field dressed for and packed for meat for later.
Good job, Logus. You created butchers.
I created hunters. They have means to hunt for food now. What you saw was but the beginning of my bullywog army. And I'm gonna hold
That's
out
all.
my fist towards him and like give him a thumbs up, let him know that was fucking awesome.
As long as they're within 5 feet of their prey and target. Absolutely.
I'm sure you don't remember the first time you shot a bow, Logris. It's no different. These people are used to throwing stones and spears. Give them time.
Oh, I never shot a bow.
And I'm gonna turn to Renwick and I'll be like, huh? Not bad.
Just make sure they keep the arrows pointed at themselves or the enemy. I don't want any people accidentally, or any of our people, or the citizens for that matter, taking a stray arrow from your army.
Oh, of course, Captain. And I'm gonna kind of walk back towards the bullywug and kind of like mimic, like, you gotta pull the arrow back a little more, draw the string back a little more, put your back, kind of try to show him pointers of how he messed up a little bit.
He
Like,
nods. He
give him a
nods
pat on the
vigorously.
head. Give him a pat on the head. I want him to know that was pretty fucking cool.
Immediately, several other bullywogs armed with bows see you give this one affection, and each of them jumps on something nearby and looses an arrow into one of their allies. Suddenly, there are several dead bullywogs, like immediately. Thwack, 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 thwack. And these bullywogs with the bows seem to be reloading.
I'm gonna oh, okay, well, stop. We don't want to kill everyone. That was just a demonstration, and I'll give them all a thumbs up and good job, everyone, and fucking put my head down and walk away. Like, oh, I fucked up. I shouldn't have done that.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check to convey your communication.
That's a 7 on the die.
You give them a thumbs up, they give you the thumbs up, and they, take down a handful of bullywogs in their general vicinity. And unfortunately for you, also a slave takes an arrow to the dome, drops dead, and an immediate fight ensues. Like a dozen bullywogs dive for the body of this slave, while the slaves are doing what they can to fight off the bullywogs. They're emaciated, they're struggling just to stand in the swamp. The bullywogs have the clear advantage and look to be, though small, they look to be wrestling the body of this slave away from, and the slaves are all screaming in a panic now that one of them died. They're trying to head back to camp. They're all trying to scatter. They're just so inefficient, and they can't quite get through this muck as well as you guys.
I'll
can we
cast
do?
Shatter
I fucked
directly
up,
on
guys.
the bullywogs.
I fucked up, guys. And I'll produce flame and throw it like right in front of the thing, and I want to convey how angry I am at them.
Yeah, Renwick will cast Minor Illusion to create. He wants to create the sound of that creature we killed. That made them start worshiping us, the frog hemoth.
Okay, yeah. Logos, give me a performance check, and you too, Renwick.
Oh yeah, I cast Shatter though on the bullywogs near the slaves
Oh,
without touching a slave.
okay, yeah. You with a quick, clapping of your hands and a boom, you full on just splatter a couple of bullywogs. They just, and the viscera and gore surrounds them, and the remaining bullywogs halt their actions and kind of look back and forth to each other, and then the crowd, not sure exactly what happened.
And Glader's gonna run up and put himself between the slaves and the bullywogs, like brandishing his sword and his shield, and just I'm gonna hold my breath weapon. I'm gonna hold the action in case any one of them makes a move towards the slaves again. I'm just gonna unleash my breath weapon.
I rolled a 16 performance.
And Renwick?
12.
Well, with not so much Renwick, a little bit. When you convey anger, the bullywugs in your immediate area for sure kind of like scatter, give you birth. You know, some of them like splat into the mud as they scramble to try to escape and trip over themselves. And Logos, with your little display of fire, you know, you cause like a ripple of silence. You know, and a lot of them move not only quickly away from you, but kind of like, you see them like trembling in fear as they peek out from behind like trees in your direction. And yeah, they're kind of confused, but still curious enough.
I want to go up to the one. Did I see the one who shot the slave? I
Give
was staring
me,
right at him.
we'll call it insight check.
That's a 13 total.
So, as you kind of looking out over the handful of bows you helped craft, they all kind of look surprised and kind of scared at your anger. But one of them, as you kind of scan over them and make eye contact, he drops the bow and then slowly steps on it and like puts it behind him while placing his hands behind his back, trying to act very innocent.
I'm gonna walk up to him and I'm gonna take the bow from the ground and any arrows he has in, I'm gonna slap his hand.
He looks confused and hurt, and he just kind of collapses to the ground, staring up at you.
I'm going to go up by the slaves, and I'm going to pantomime. Point at one of them holding weapons. Make the thumb across the throat and point at a slave. Then I'm gonna bring out my weapon, and I pick up one of the dead bullywugs from the shatter and smash it in the head and point it at him. Pretty much trying to say, "You kill them, I kill you."
Okay, give me a persuasion check. Kind of convey that.
Can I do intimidation?
Yeah, I'll allow it.
22.
It's like a light has been flipped on, and they're all like, "Oh," as they kind of understand now that yeah, these are your slaves, not for the bullywogs. And they begin to disperse the immediate area and go back to traversing the swamp.
And Locris is just going to shoot a dirty look over at Logos and just be like, "Nice little army you have here. Maybe first you should teach them discipline before you give them weapons."
Can Glader immediately drop to his knees next to the one who was shot and see if there's any life in him left whatsoever to bring him back?
Give me a medicine check.
That's only a 13.
That's enough. These slaves are rescued captives, rather, are in pretty bad shape as it is, and the stray arrow for sure struck straight in the head. Deader than a doornail.
Oof. He's gonna pull the arrow out, and then I've got like spare clothes or whatever, so like just pull out like a spare cloak. Like I have like traveler's clothes that I'm not using. So like pull out a spare cloak and just kind of wrap up the body, and then kind of pick it up and walk over to the slaves and try and figure out like, was he related to anyone? Like, would anyone like me to bury this person and offer my condolences?
They're gonna kill us. Does it matter? Look at them. They're trying to get to us. We can't travel with these monsters about. They're you know, and it becomes like a slow rabble. Like all of the slaves protest. Like they eye us hungrily at night. They poke and prod us with spears when we can't walk. They eye us hungrily when we struggle to stand in the muck. This is not a safe place. We have to leave. We have to get back to civilization.
Yes, I understand. Um, Unfortunately, they don't listen too well, so I don't know how much we're going to be able to tell them to leave. They seem to grow fond of some of us and are following along. But I promise you, this was a freak accident, and we're going to do everything we can to protect you and get you safely back to the city. I mean, you saw my friend back there just shatter a group of them, and we're not on their side. We will slay them before we let them hurt you again.
This seems to calm down the slaves once they hear you say that out loud. Yeah, a big, strong dragonborn in shining armor. The bullywugs clearly give a wide girth to. They calm their rabble and prepare to follow you further.
All right, so he's just gonna go and find the prettiest, most alive-looking tree and just bury the dead slave under it.
It's kind of like muddy muck. Like you can dig pretty far with just your hands. It's not really like solid earth, and you lay the slave in and bury him, and the several of the bullywugs watch this, not only from around you in areas of the swamp but also up in the trees, and they look perplexed, curious as to what you're doing.
So Logus will want to, if get that. I want to shoot an arrow at that bullywug, but I want to nick like the top of his hair to let him know, like, I'm watching you, motherfucker. That wasn't cool.
As you kind of Johnny Appleseed this guy, go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Dude, fuck D&D Beyond, dude. Rolled a 13.
It doesn't quite land as you had hoped. You fire the arrow, and the very last second, it just kind of wobbles astray. It hits the bullywug in the arm, and then immediate just silence as the bullywugs look to the now struck frog, and then back to you, and then back to him, and then back to you. And then, as if it was a wave of anger, all of the bullywugs around him descend upon him, and you see, blood, viscera, and organs just kind of splatter out in all directions. And this once again, another one of these creatures is thoroughly, gutted and quartered up for meat later.
Logus is gonna be, oh fuck, I forgot they do that when one of them's injured. Oh, these bullywugs, I don't like them no more. They're becoming a pain. And he's just like rubbing his temples. And he's gonna go up to the slaves and, apologies, friends, that was on me. I tried to do something that I wasn't prepared to do, spread a little knowledge, and someone died for it. And I will carry that burden with me for the rest of my life. Just know that I will no longer entertain these things, and no harm will come to any of you. I hope my apologies are enough for you. That's all I can do right now. and he'll kind of like lower his head because the burden of killing someone, inadvertently killing someone that was like 100% his fault, we're weighing really heavy on Logus right now.
So as you guys kind of make your mucky trek a little further into the jungle, like I said before, it is slow going. The slaves struggle, and the bullywugs help when and where they can. But what you could traverse as healthy adventurers in 20 minutes, takes these emaciated captives, hours. And so what do you guys do at this point as you guys kind of travel on through this jungle?
Locris is going to speak up. Hey, Logus, since you like teaching them, how about you teach them carpentry? Maybe if they build some sleds or some carrying carts and they carry these slaves, well, former slaves, apologies, then we can move a little faster because they're not going to get very far. And if we move on without them, I don't think many of them will make it back to the camp.
I've turned my back on these things, Locris. I've caused the death of another human.
Yeah,
They
that
don't
doesn't.
respect me the same way they respect you. I think you should tell them. And he'll
They
just like
don't
look at the ground.
respect. They fear. But you don't make up for death by ignoring it. You make it useful. Teach them to make a carrying litter. And then as they carry the slaves, you make it up to the one who died instead of just ignoring what happened.
I guess I'll carry the burden of helping them build these things, and I'll try to convey to them, especially my little leader. He was good. He didn't do nothing wrong. The first one I gave a bow to. Try to gather around and tell them, convey that we need to build more sleds, and kind of point at the one that they already made and like more, try to mine it out.
Okay, give me a persuasion check, and you can make this one with advantage as you are building a small following.
That's a 14 with no modifiers.
It's enough, a handful of these bullywogs that have, the imitation stick ears of the elf kind of scamper off, and, it takes, 30, 40 minutes, but they do come back with some crafted goods, and, about half a dozen or so, they bring you about 6, and they present them to you, and as they do so, they take a knee and they bow their heads and present their wares to you.
I would have been helping them craft, kind of carrying the burden and getting my hands dirty with them. And as they're done, I'll take them back to the group. Renwick Locris, we've created quite a bit of sleds. I hope this is enough.
Well, I think it'll help with at least the weakest of the ones. And maybe there's a few that are strong enough to move forward, and we can at least cut a little bit of time off of what we would be spending. So let's get a couple on, attach some rope, and you teach them how to pull like the pack animals they are.
How many sleds do we have, and how many do we need to pull?
You've got about 7 sleds, and one of you could probably pull it, but it'd probably take a couple bullywogs. They're not very big.
Logus will wild shape into a draft horse, specifically like a bigger draft horse, and just kind of try to before he does, he'll tell Locris or Renwick to tie as many of them as they can fit, and he'll start pulling some of the slaves in the sleds. Let one ride on his back, and
Well,
I'm
I
gonna.
think there was about 100 bullywugs this morning. We're probably still at about 30. All alive.
Go ahead and give me perception check.
Who's that? Me?
The party, actually. You all could give me a perception check if you'd like.
21 for Locris.
10. It's hard to see over the bullywugs.
Yeah, I'm 100% done with D&D Beyond. It's like that 5th time I rolled below 10. It's 14 total.
19 for Blade.
And Gladier? Oh.
I just give him a flat roll. Raider got a 10.
And with that, Renwick and Blade, you kind of spot it first. Wait, I think it was Renwick. Yeah.
Locris.
Locris, sorry. You guys notice that it looks like since you guys have begun moving through the swamp, the entire encampment that you guys were kind of at looks to have been packed up and come with you. And you look all around you guys in the swamp, kind of marching through the muck. Some of them are scrambling up trees, hopping between the trees up top. Sometimes, you'll walk past a tree that's just full of bullywugs, just napping, resting, watching you all wander. But you are the entire clan has decided to come with you, and you guys are thoroughly surrounded by bullywugs. You're currently marching in a clan that you would guess is roughly 200 strong.
Locris will attach his rope to one of the sleds, go over by the bullywugs and grab 6 of them, push them towards the shed or the sled, grab the rope, have them all hold it, and then push them forward, showing to pull the sled.
Okay, yeah, give me a persuasion check.
15.
They seem to catch on, and they start pulling, a couple of slaves that look to have encountered a few wounds as they traveled, no longer capable of walking themselves. And surprisingly enough, the bullywugs whip right through this terrain. It does not, they are even better at traversing it than you guys are.
And just go through the crowd, grabbing, some and pointing to one of the sleds, and just until they're all being pulled.
Okay, yeah, you kind of direct traffic, and whether through fear or respect, you're not sure. They obey your commands, pick up what you're putting down, and they start helping haul the slaves. And some of the other bullywugs, you noticed, while before they were more corralling the slaves with pointy sticks and things, it looks like they are actually, genuinely attempting to be more helpful to the ones that remain, but it's not received well. The slaves don't seem to want to have anything to do with these bullywugs.
Yeah, I get it. I wouldn't want to be around them either. Don't want to be around them, but if you guys want to heal up, we need to get you to somewhere with medicine, and this is the fastest way to do it. More of you will die the longer we stay out here.
As the sheets of rain just beat down on you guys as you traverse this swampland, sometimes you catch a break through the thick vegetation, kind of blocks most of the rain, but it seems to pour on and on and on for hours at a time. And it is so thick that it obscures your vision of the local landscape around you. And as you guys kind of make your way towards, Lover's Rest, I'll say the party as a whole, or maybe one person in particular with the help action, you could give like an advantage to. But someone in the party, or everyone in the party, give me a survival check.
Anybody have good survival?
Oh, I do 100% +7.
There you go. Take it with advantage. And stay off D&D Beyond.
Well, I rolled with D&D Beyond and rolled 2 15s for a total of 22.
Well, you notice pretty close, like right away, the bullywogs are kind of like helping you guys along. They're marching with you. They're pulling guard. They're kind of leading the way. A lot of them are now pulling the slaves. But Logos, you realize that, after several hours of making your way through this swamp, the bullywogs seem to have diverted their course. It seems like at some point you guys were heading towards Lover's Rest, and after several hours of travel, your trajectory has changed. The bullywogs seem to be attempting to lead you guys deeper into the swamp rather than back to the city.
Oh, shouldn't we have seen
I was gonna
something
say,
by now? I feel like we've.
wait, what? We wouldn't have had the bullywogs leading the way. We just needed them to tow shit. Like, we would have guided ourselves. We're just using them to bring the slaves. Like, we definitely weren't letting them navigate.
And they are currently changing trajectory. They are trying to change these, as they have you guys kind of surrounded. It's almost like they're corralling you guys in a different trajectory, just slightly, but it's enough of a difference to know that they're trying to lead you not towards the city.
Renwick will let out another one of the frog hemoth cries with minor illusion and point back toward Lover's Rest, or like that direction.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
17.
They all kind of look perplexed at a moment, but they obey your command. They make a few calls, and they continue on the course that they had before towards the city of Lover's Rest.
Logus will kind of pull up next to Renwick. Captain, I kind of get the feeling that they might be afraid to go to the city because they're not welcome there, which might be why they're trying to lead us in the swamp where they perceive as being safe.
That, or they're trying to keep us here. The most important thing is that we use them as long as we can to get these people as close to Lover's Rest as we can. And at that point, we can part ways. But for now, we need them to carry these people as far as we can. We need to get away from this volcano.
Well, what's the plan with them, Captain? They helped us with the fire giants, so we're just gonna up and abandon them? They
We killed
perceive
the
us
frog
as,
hemoth for them. Or even.
but they perceive us as something greater. I feel somewhat responsible for them. Abandoning them
Logus.
seems kind of harsh.
They're frogs. Do you not
They
remember?
clearly have emotions,
It has
Captain.
not been that long since bullywogs almost murdered us in a fucking well.
For
They're
impeding on
feral
their
creatures.
territory? What would you do, Captain?
Okay, I'm not doing this with you right now. And he storms
saying.
off.
We went through the mud.
So, as you guys kind of make your way through the swamp, It does slowly crest upon nightfall, and the eerie ribbits and croaking of these frog people seem to be like a chorus throughout the swamp. Just constant noise as the sun does crest, and then here is where you guys got to make a call. You press on, you set up camp, and how do you want to go about doing that?
What time of the day is it right now?
It's rained thoroughly throughout most of the day, and just as the rain breaks, the sun begins to set. So we'll say like 6 p.m. ish.
And now that we have the sleds, about how far would we be from Lover's Rest?
It definitely improved your guys' moving speed, but you will probably arrive at Lover's Rest sometime the following morning afternoon. It'll be you'll arrive late in the day. Yeah, it'll be most of the day of travel to make it to Lover's Rest at the current pace you guys are making.
Well,
I
boys,
think
if it's
we'll
going to
have
take
to
us an extra
stop.
day, yeah, if it's going to take us an extra day, then it's going to behoove us to camp overnight. Luckily, our friends here keep packing up the site and bringing it with us. So,
I will say we should sleep with our companions that we freed and keep a watch to make sure they don't try any funny stuff throughout the night.
yes, I completely agree. We'll all take shifts. We'll keep everybody that's not a bullywug safe and in one place. And hopefully the bullywugs will basically just kind of act as guards, or if anything, distraction for anything that's out there. And he'll turn to the nearest bullywug, and he'll minor illusion like a small little version of those structures that they've been building for us, and then just kind of like gesture to it to let them know like we want tents or whatever they are.
Yeah, it takes no time at all. They quickly erect, dozens upon dozens. It's within half an hour. You're looking at as many as the eye can see in almost every direction in this swamp, and a lot of them have been placed not only on the ground in the raised places where it's not so mucky, but also you notice that some of them have been placed like directly vertical on like the sides of the trees and things, almost like a little snuggy like sleeping bag up in the tree. And so hundreds of bullywugs bed down around you, but once again they build each and every one of you your own structure, your own jungle-esque hideaway, I guess, this private little tent, and they put things in them that they think that you would like. Your Renwick, there is a few shells that seem to have made their way into your tent. Logos, you like every night, or not every night, but it looks like there's like a line of these bullywugs, and each of them has like the little band of leather and the sticks kind of imitating your ears, and a line of maybe 30, maybe 40 bullywugs. Each of them comes by and individually takes a knee and bows before you before scampering off to go end their evening. Blade, several random nuts have been assembled and placed in a tight circle on the bed of your little bunk. And aside from, and Locris, you have been given a dehydrated giant finger, possibly from the battle before. And Gladier, it looks like they have placed a couple of potatoes in your hut.
Does it look like a bullywug finger or?
Oh, it is clearly a fire giant finger.
Yeah, I'll try it.
It tastes like charcoal.
Did they erect sleeping quarters for the former slaves?
They did not.
I'm gonna walk up to Blaze and say, "Hey, do you think maybe putting up a dome and we could fit as many of them under that as we can, and then I'll give up my little hut. Maybe squeeze 2 or 3 in there."
Logus will do the same. He'll give his tent to as many slaves that can fit in there. Just kind of sit out in the nature for a little while, still kind of carrying the burden of killing that slave. So he's been feeling very responsible lately. So he'll go to the slaves and, please, friends, as many of you that can sleep in my tent, it's yours.
How many slaves are there, or former slaves?
Of these freed captives, you had 25, and now you have 24.
Blade will just kind of be like, well, I mean, I could potentially summon a hut and at least take 8 of them in here if the party wishes.
I mean, I just don't trust having them all out, and with their injuries, they could probably use a roof over their head. So 8, your hut, my hut, Locust's hut for about another 3. That give us about 17 good, and then the strongest 7 camp out.
So Logus's hole can only hold it only holds 3.
Well, his
Have we
hole only lasts
considered
an hour.
have we considered
Oh,
just asking the bullywugs to make us a few extra huts?
Honestly, I want to ask them to do as little as possible because they seem to be happy to misunderstand our intentions. Unless you bull rush them. But you could try, Captain. Not me.
I don't mind sleeping out outside of a tent in the stores. So a few more, maybe 1 or 2 more, maybe 3. I'm kind of big. Probably 3 more of the captives can sleep in my little lean-to.
Maybe we could
And
talk to Terralana and she can let the remainder sleep in her hut since they gave her such a large one.
I feel like Selenara deserves her own hut. I mean, we could get them to make another hut, but I'm probably gonna be outside either way. I feel like I need to be with nature, if that makes sense right now. So, and he'll kind of like walk towards the tree line a little bit, and just look around, maybe do some light hunting out in the woods around the area.
Okay,
well, it seems,
go ahead, Blade.
I was just going to say, well, it seems that these uh, bullywugs here do have a fear of this witch, kind of motioning over to Tilanara. Maybe if she's all right with it, we can maybe bunk close together with her. Maybe they'll kind of keep away.
She nods. Certainly.
But again, I can summon a hut and maybe take the weakest in there and give them shelter and a warm spot to rest for the night.
Also, a Glader would have commanded his celestial steed to stick with Tilinara, basically just never leaving her side like an extra guard, because I can telepathically communicate with it. It's kind of like a short-term familiar. So he would kind of just have that as like an extra pair of eyes in case uh, anything anything happens to her, she needs anything, he'll know about it. Because it can also, I can pick one language for it to understand. So I would have picked common. So he would be able to, understand if she calls out for anything.
Okay, duly noted. Logos, as you kind of make your way through this kind of, to the outskirts of this makeshift like tent city, kind of doing a little, soul searching, maybe a little light hunting. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
$24 total.
You find something peculiar just outside of camp, like right away. There is like a large, it's kind of like an isolated puddle. It looks like there's like land raised all around it, but roughly maybe 10 feet wide and long, this kind of black, murky puddle, and it is like black, like oil black, and occasionally looks to like bubble and pop every once in a while.
Can I make like a survival or something kind of check to see if I know what the hell this is?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a survival check.
Okay, D&D Beyond. 24 total.
As you're kind of inspecting this curious liquid, you notice several bullywogs standing next to you, also watching you, and they look to be smiling. And they open their packs and pull just a quick, little, I want to say lever, but it's probably more of like a leather like flap, like a belt like buckle. They pull it and open their packs and just dump piles and piles of what you know to be bullywog meat into this little black pit. And you see that the black pit almost immediately comes alive. It's kind of a gross looking black slime, but out from it seem to emerge dozens upon dozens of tadpoles, ferociously attacking the meat that has been dumped into this little pit, much like piranhas would do. Feeding frenzy ensues, picking the meat down to the bone in seconds right in front of your face.
Do I get the idea that these are baby bullywugs?
Correct.
Logus will just watch with fascination because he's never seen a baby bullywug, and just show him that that's cool. You just gotta watch.
Gladier, as you're kind of hanging out in this camp, getting camp set up and proper, kind of looking after some of these recently freed captives, a bullywug catches your eye. He seems to be imitating you in a sense. He has a rather large, piece of wood. It looks like driftwood that he's using for a shield. He's a bit of a beefier bullywug than the normal, and he has fashioned a stick, a spear of some sort, but through a few lashes, he has made it very similar in shape to your Kopesh. And this bullywug walks up to you and hands by his side and kind of just stares at you for a moment. And very slowly, casually, kind of pushes on the armor plating on your knee to kind of get your attention. And while staring at you, kind of emotionless and expressionless, he just kind of points off into the swamp nearby, and then puts his arms down by his side and stares at you again.
My passive perception is pretty low, so I probably wouldn't have seen if that was the same direction Logus went. Logus can be pretty sneaky.
What is your passive perception?
11.
Different direction.
Oh, okay. Um, Glader would be a little curious, maybe a little flattered uh, at the impersonation, but also cautious. So he'd kind of like whistle over at Locris and get his attention and just be like, hey, I'm going to go see what this is about. Watch my back, would you? And then he's going to kind of look at the bullywog and just kind of nod in the direction he pointed and start kind of like slowly walking that way.
He happily kind of hop jaunts and leads the way. And, just outside of camp, he leads you over to a big kind of tree in this bog. It's a bit mucky. You have to kind of stomp through the muck to get there. But what he leads you to is one of the pulling carts that you guys have rigged. One of these like pulling sleds. And what he leads you to, you notice a couple of slaves in this pulley cart, and they don't seem to be moving.
I'm gonna take a good, hard, intense look around to see if I see anything moving in the brush or the trees before I dart over there. Just kind of want to get a look at my surroundings, make sure I'm not being led into an ambush.
Okay, give me a perception check.
Oh, fuck me sideways. That's a natural one.
Pretty hard to tell. There's a lot of bullywogs in a lot of directions. When you think you saw something, it's the shine of some eyes. It turns out to be a frogman walking around in the not too far distance. Nothing out of the usual.
Glader's gonna shout over his shoulder, hey guys, I think we got a situation over here. And then slowly with his sword and shield out, kind of like make his way over to the cart or the sled, kind of still like rotating around, like, keeping his eyes on everywhere as he like kind of slowly walks over to giving his friends time to catch up.
Okay, yeah. You guys hear kind of Gladier shout out to the party, and not only does he shout out loud enough for you guys to hear, several bullywogs hear the call, and you guys notice a couple dozen bullywogs heading in Gladier's direction as well.
Renwick will draw his rapier and his hand crossbow and kind of like scanning around on the outskirts of the group as he moves in.
Locris would prep his weapon and go stand by the remaining freed slaves.
Okay.
Yeah, but Blade will probably pull out his loot, make his way towards Gladier, kind of peering into the woods, looking to see if he sees anything.
Okay, give me a perception check.
You're looking at 16?
As you approach this kind of area and you're looking out into the woods, scanning for anything out of the ordinary, you do notice that the slaves in this particular cart there's two of them, and they do look to be very dead.
As Blade approaches Gladier, he'll be like, "Oh, seems like we've got a couple more casualties. I don't know if you saw."
Yeah, I think Glader would have made it to the sled and just kind of knelt down and started checking out, investigating the bodies, trying to see like figure out any cause of death? Like, was it just um, like did they just die from their exposure? Like they were already pretty fucked up to begin with, or is there something that makes it look like one of the bullywogs killed them or some other animal?
Go ahead. I'll let you roll with a medicine or an insight check. Your choice.
Oh, thank God, 'cause both of those aren't that great. I just rolled second natural 20 for the night. So that's a 21 either way.
You deduce that these two slaves have died from exhaustion. They do not have any puncture wounds or marks or anything, but they have for sure expired.
Guys, we need to get these people to some real healers as soon as possible. These ones just died from exhaustion. I mean, they just were captive for God knows how long, and then we're trudging them through a swamp.
If I'm being honest, we need to do something about the bodies before the bullywogs take them and cause more uproar within the remaining people. It might be in our best interest. I hate to say it, but giving them a funeral pyre, it's going to be a lot quicker and a lot less energy. Give these people time to rest, time to mourn, and we'll push on as soon as we can.
Yeah, why don't we ask the captives if anyone know them, if they're any family, and let them know we're gonna do a pyre, and we'll do that tonight as we're setting up camp or finishing setting up camp, and then tomorrow morning we need to get to the city tomorrow. Like I don't think these people are gonna last another day out here.
No, we're going to push through, and those that make it. But I think at some point, yeah, we've got to put as many as we can ahead of anybody that just can't keep up.
Yeah.
We can't save everybody. We've got to keep that in mind. But we can save as many as we possibly can, for what it's worth.
All right. Yeah. So I think later would go around just try and figure out if anyone knew them, and let them say their last goodbyes before he does um, last rites, and prays to Paylor over them, and then lights a funeral pyre.
Okay, yeah, you go about performing last rites, and the funeral pyre confuses and excites the bullywogs. They don't know what it's about, but they bust out some drums, some primitive, bongos, and they do start doing dances, and they are quite the jumpers. Several of them, jump and do some displays of acrobatics over this funeral pyre. And but yeah, otherwise, pretty much uneventful.
And I think Glader's gonna find that the bullywog that showed him the dead bodies instead of eating them, and just kind of maybe pull out like one of his rations, some like jerky or something, and just kind of like, say, well, I know you probably can't understand me, but thank you, and just hand him like some jerky and then walk off.
He eats it voraciously, and looks back to you with like a sense of pride. You swear you almost see like a tear building in one of his eyes.
Yeah, Glader's just gonna hang out at the camp like center, like keeping an eye on all the tents, and probably if we're taking watch, he'd take first watch. But he's gonna let any of the rescued captives sleep in his tent, and he'll sleep outside.
All right. Any of you have any rituals or anything you'd like to do prior to bedding down for the evening?
Logus August would have done the weather thing to see what the weather would have been like.
It looks like a sunny day for most of tomorrow.
Then I want to climb in a tree, like towards the end where I can perch, comfortably, where I could potentially take my rest if I need to. And I'm gonna take my watch from the outskirts in the trees and just kind of sit up there and kind of, do a little commune with nature and maybe make a little like offering or something for the slave that he killed, and just kind of etch it into the tree, and or make a little trophy out of it, and just kind of say a little sorry to whatever god that he may have believed in, and just kind of sulk up there and be alone for a little bit.
Okay, yeah. Blade?
Blade would have probably, I guess, maybe just when the funeral pyre was going, maybe played a song, kind of like a sad chant, and just kind of celebrating the slave or the former slave and whatnot. And kind of as everything starts settling down, Blade would kind of like reach into the ground. Like we're still like in a swamp, right?
Correct. It's like a jungle swamp combo. It's quite unpleasant.
So maybe like kind of like reach down into like some of like maybe like a puddle where like it might be like muddy, and maybe like pick out like a rock. It's just covered, caked in mud, and maybe whatever moss, and then just kind of look at it and hold it, and then kind of putting it back down into the mud, and then kind of stepping back, and you seeing this kind of muddy hut made of wood and caked mud and dirt, kind of rising out of the ground, and inviting especially those that are especially weak to maybe stay in his quarters there.
Okay, yeah. You help a few of the slaves who seem to be, or captives, recently freed captives, the ones that seem to be a little worse for the wear. You kind of herd them into this little hut and give them a safe place to sleep for the night. All right. So, with that, the night presses on, and darkness takes you. You guys might set up a watch for a bit, but the night was ultimately uneventful. The bullywogs also took watch and ran patrol routes around the encampment, and as you guys awaken, you guys kind of awakened similarly to how you had the night before. You are all kind of stretching and coming to, though not necessarily in your tents, all of you. You awake to see several bullywogs staring at you intently, watching your every movement. And so what does the party do from here?
Are they up in the tree with me?
They are, yeah. Particularly the ones that you can spot around you are the ones that have built their little Logus headbands. And you're about 50 strong at this point.
Logus will kind of just nod at them and slowly drop down from the tree and stretch and make his way back to the camp, and with his little horde of bullywugs behind him.
All right, so I think we should get headed off as soon as possible. How many sleds did the bullywugs build for us?
You've got about 7 at the moment, and they can hold a couple people each.
Okay. So My steed has a strength of 16, so he's got Tilinara on his back riding him. Should I attach like 2 sleds to like kind of like tie ropes around his like chest and just like have him pull like 2 sleds behind him? So that would be like 5 people total. Would a 16 strength for a large beast be able to pull that?
Oh yeah, he's a beast of burden. He could pull that for sure.
Okay, yeah. So I would do that. So like 4 of the worst looking rescued captives and just rest on the sleds being pulled behind by the my steed until an R is riding on top.
Okay.
All right, so we should probably go. I can pull another sled myself if there's other people that can't walk, but we should get moving as quickly as possible.
Gladier, as you're kind of getting ready and helping people out, a familiar bullywog comes and puts his hand on your knee, and once again points off into the distance, kind of just shortly outside of camp.
Shit, not another one. All right, lead the way. And he just kind of gestures.
He does lead you to what looks to be a couple more slaves. It looks like the trail through the mud looks like he may have dragged them away from the camp to the base of this tree, but it looks to be that 2 more slaves have expired from exhaustion, from what you can tell.
Oh, Jesus. So what are we up to now? Like 20 left?
20 left, correct.
All right. He just kind of pats the bullywog on the back and flicks him another piece of jerky from his rations. Shit. I don't know if we have time for another pyre. He points at the bullywog and then like points to himself, and then he starts digging a hole, and Glader tries to have him help dig 2 graves
Okay,
with him.
go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
I rolled 2 natural 20s, and I've just rolled my second natural 1.
He doesn't quite understand what you mean, and as you start digging this hole and kind of gesture around, he himself lays in the hole.
Through gritted teeth, I think Glader can't help but to chuckle a little bit, and he just kind of like grabs his arm, and pulls him out, and just waves him off, and then just digs a second hole himself, and puts the bodies in, and then covers them up real quick, and um, says a quick prayer to Paylor, and then walks back towards the group. Guys, we lost 2 more in the night. Yeah, so hopefully we can make it there today, but I'm gonna pull a sled. I got my steed pulling 2 sleds, so that's 6 people that don't have to walk. And so the 6 of the worst should hop on.
Okay, yeah, and as you guys kind of load up and prepare to make the second half of your journey, is there anything in particular you guys need to do before you take off?
Upon rising, Lucas just does his packed weapon ritual. That's otherwise it.
Okay. As you guys kind of collect your belongings, help break down camp, and looking after the
remaining rescued captives, you guys press on, and the sun comes out to greet you, and without the pummeling rain, the rest of your journey is not that difficult, nor nor is slow going. It seems that you guys do make a bit of good pace, and after Tilinara has seemed to gain, though she still looks a bit rough. After a couple nights of rest, you notice that with a wave of her hand, she occasionally will dry up puddles or have like a deer path cut its way through some thick underbrush, kind of helping the entire party, as well as clan of Bullywogs, kind of move forward. And this clan of roughly 200 strong Bullywogs does follow you guys along as you guys make your way towards the city of Lover's Rest. Once you guys make your way through the muck and the jungle, and you can see the city walls of Lover's Rest up in the distance, you hear a few cheers from a few of the slaves that can muster it, and a general rejoicing, and some of them even break out crying as you guys kind of make your way. But as you guys are getting close to the city, a good thick band of bullywogs kind of steps in your way. It looks like a line of them, and they put their hands up and they shake their heads back and forth, and they point to the city frantically, and then they point to you guys frantically, and they look genuinely worried. They generally scared. They do not like to break from the foliage that surrounds the city. Just outside the city walls is a good clear patch of land where a few houses have been erected, a few farms, but they do not feel welcome leaving the wilderness and entering these kind of open areas near the city.
I will try. Well, I'll cast comprehend languages so I can understand anything they say, but we'll try to pantomime that we, and point to the captured slaves, and then at the city, and then I'll point to them and wait here.
Okay, give me a persuasion check.
Nope. It's a whopping 8.
Okay, so as you kind of try to convey what you want them to do, they keep repeating back to you. It's not safe, not safe. It's not safe over there. It's not safe. They kill bullywogs and bullywog champions too. You shouldn't go. It's not safe. It's not safe.
All right, so they're used to their champions, which we currently are, being killed approaching the city. I don't blame the city for it, but they're going to be very reluctant for us going by. I don't know if anybody else wants to try communicating to them. Maybe Telenara has a way to talk to them. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Jilinar, can you maybe tell them to go back to the swamp?
Certainly. She turns and speaks in a dialect of frog you guys have never heard before.
God
And
damn it.
a handful of them, there's a back and forth with a handful of them and Tilinara. And she turns to you and says, they say they will not go back to the swamp without their champions. They cannot abandon them here in this most dire of time.
Can you see if they can just hang out in the tree line? I mean, we don't need them to necessarily go back to the swamp, but if they're not going forward, we've got to keep moving.
She conveys this information to them and then turns to you and says they plan to wait for you outside of the city
For however long it takes, I'm not sure. However long they're willing to wait, also not sure. But that is their plan.
That's fine. I'm sure Logos wants to tell him goodbye before we leave anyway.
Logus only says goodbye to the bullywug that he first gave the bow to, the one that has kind of been like the one that's been picking up on the arrow, shooting and the most, and kind of mimic to him to keep practicing, get better, and I'll hand him like 2 or 3 arrows, and give him a thumbs up and a pat in the head, and just kind of wave bye to the rest, kind of a quick wave bye, and just start walking to the city.
He looks confused at first, but when you give him the arrows, he looks ecstatic. He straightens up and puffs out his chest. Looks like very proud. And when you give him the thumbs up symbol, he immediately turns and kills another bullywug with one of the arrows. Not even firing it, just stabs him right in the skull and gives you a thumbs up as this bullywug hits the ground.
I gotta stop doing that. God damn it! I look at Gladiator like thumbs up is not good. I got to stop doing that. Oh Jesus!
Yeah, it's there's a learning curve, but I'm sure you'll find it eventually. It's all good. Tilinara, can you actually convey one more message to them before they head off?
Certainly.
Can you tell them that if their champions happen to not return, maybe tell them that if we don't return, the city is even more dangerous, and they should not go anywhere near it ever again. But we will return. But on the off chance that we don't, never come near the city again.
She conveys your message to the bullywogs, who kind of look back and forth to each other and then to you guys with very worried looks on their faces. But she seems to be able to convey your message.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't want them to, maybe we tell them we're going to come back and then we don't come back and then they get pissed off and then maybe attack the city. That wouldn't be good. So hopefully this will scare them enough where if we don't come back, they just never touch the city again or get near it. Because let's be honest, we're probably not going to come back.
Why don't you guys tell your little pet projects they're now the champions of the bullywugs?
That's not a bad idea. I mean, Logus's little buddy has already killed more bullywugs than we have.
Yeah, he's a born leader, actually.
Alright, well, you know what? I think it'll be fine. I think we should just let's get these people inside. We need to get them
Just
to
for
healers.
just for some flavor as I'm walking away, Druidcraft also allows me to create harmless sensory effects, like leaves blowing in the wind, gust of wind. Fall, so I want to like make the leaves kind of swirl around the little bullywug that just murdered another bullywug, my little leader, my little friend, and kind of so the other ones kind of look at him in awe as he's holding his bow and his arrows.
Give me, we'll call it a performance check.
Can we call it something else? I rolled a 12.
It seems to have some sort of effect, not only getting yet another gift from the champion, but, the swirling leaves. It's definitely turned a few bullywug heads, and, they kind of bow in respect to this fine specimen.
And then I'll walk back. There you go. I've kind of laid the seeds to him taking point at some point. So
Yes, the most murderous of them all.
I mean, he is a good listener. I mean, he did do what I showed him to do. Locris is right. I didn't teach him discipline, but I did show him how to shoot an arrow, and then shoot an arrow he did.
Right. Let's get these people to hear.
And he wasn't the one that killed the slaves. He only killed his fellow people, which is good.
That is true. Yeah, so I think we just take everyone inside the city at that point.
Okay, yeah. As you guys march forward towards the city with the slaves in tow, the bullywugs, they stay to the tree line and they watch on anxiously. And as you guys approach the city walls, a horn is blared and the door and the gates are opened. And as you march in, you notice the what is known as the Scales. It is a faction dedicated to St. Cuthbert. And it seems to be this faction of knights, the Scales, seem to be manning this gate and policing the local area. And as you know, a bit of a warning horn kind of comes out. It does not take long for a familiar face, Yokun, the leader of the Temple of St. Cuthbert here, the head priest, approaches you all and says, "Well, I hope you've been successful. It looks like you've, at the very least, helped us recover some of our captives." And he gestures to the people, and the people are somewhat confused. There's like a slow murmur going on, and several of the clergy of St. Cuthbert come up to tend to their wounds. And as you guys kind of see this going down, Yokun steps up to the party proper. "Well, the Red Fist and the Bountiful Hand must have gotten your message, as we had them on the ropes, and they decided to press on, given that General Firefoot had been slain and they had bested them in their last bout. They decided to press forward and take even more of the fire giant territory, so they'll be gone for a few days, probably cleaning up giants, but alas, I'm here awaiting the reinforcements of Pelor, and of course you all. So, tell me, how were your ventures?"
Before we talk about the adventure, there is an army of about 200 bullywugs outside the city gates. They see us as champions. It's a long story, but they actually did help us slay quite a few fire giants. I think they mean well. They shouldn't bother you, but they are out there, and they did say they were going to wait for us. So just letting you know.
If I might be so bold as to say, they really did save or help us save all these people, and perhaps they deserve to, I don't know, make their swamp protected land. Just give them a place to thrive. They're good at heart. We've spent a fair amount of time with these creatures, and quite frankly, they came to our aid and got us out of that cavern and got these people back. I would lobby for that.
He nods. "Well, I cannot promise much, as I am not fluent in the way of bullywugs, but we will at the very least make sure they are accommodated. Perhaps try to establish some sort of communication with them. Alas, they are safe should they remain in the swamps, but if they attack the city, the guards will defend themselves and their people."
Oh, we wouldn't expect anything less, but there should be no reason for them to attack. They are truly good-hearted people, if but a little misguided.
By
I mean,
misguided, he
honestly,
means stupid.
Yeah, they're just
they're
a little
They're
bit.
so stupid.
They're very
Oh, my
literal.
God.
Like if you tell them to do something, it's like they do either the opposite or exactly what you. It's hard. It's like miming things switch out, like you said, because there's a language barrier. But they're nice. They do mean well.
Well, interesting enough. He relays some of this information to one of his knights, who looks to be in some sort of authority position, who then carries the message off to others. You notice his clergy kind of tend to the wounds and then start leading off some of these captives towards the temple of St. Cuthbert for some much needed R&R, some salves, some medicine, some food. They start marching them off, and Yokun turns back to you. So, the evidence of the deeds, I assume you were able to collect some sort of proof that you have slain the general.
So first of all, taking giant heads wasn't going to happen, but we did remove and little Chris will open the bag of holding and pull out a giant dick and throw it at him. We remove
Vader's
some of
hand is
those.
just in his hands, just
To be
kind of shaking his head.
to be fair, we did actually take a few heads, but they became rather heavy, and we could only carry so many. So we started getting creative. But I mean, for each part, that was a kill. So we racked up a fair tab.
Indeed. So, as he's kind of looking at this fire giant dick, kind of with a disgusted look on his face, do you guys turn over all of the heads and the head of the general?
Yep.
Yep, all of them.
As he kind of takes gauge of the heads proper, he motions over to one of his knights who comes and collects the heads from you, and he pulls out from underneath his robes a rather large satchel. He says, "Well, this was for the general," and he places it in your hands, Locris. A couple of other satchels he pulls out from separate pockets. He says, "This is for the giant heads." He adds a couple more to the stack you're currently holding, and then reaches into yet a third pocket and pulls out a small chest, very small, only roughly music box size. He says, "And this is a bit of a bonus for bringing back so many of our loved ones, and I guess a giant dick." And he kind of kicks it to the side and adds this small chest to your reward pile as well.
That's great, but without me having to open it and try and play the guessing game, what's in the chest?
Everything is monetarily rewarded here, more than we quoted you before, as you seem to have done a bit, gone above and beyond a bit. 10,000 gold pieces in total is your reward.
That is very awesome. And oh yeah, over here is Tilinara. Should say hi.
She smiles and nods, and Yokun bows before her. Ah, I had wondered when we would see you again. Hopefully, you will help us right the balance back to what it was. She nods and says, "Oh, in due time, I shall." So Yokun kind of turns to the party and says, "Well, is there anything else you require? The other leadership figures won't be back for a couple of days, but as always, you are welcome here in the city. We might be able to arrange a bit of room and board in the temple, or there are a variety of taverns and inns throughout the city."
Well, we do have to figure a way back because we do have a boat. Uh, I have questions on potential plane shifting, as well as anything you have on giants, because they're actually pretty cool, and I'd like to know more about them. And beer.
Well, certainly. Some of those things are within our capabilities. I'll have a scribe fetch a few scrolls from our library and copy them down and send them to wherever you decide to bed down for the night, so that you may keep your own copy. As for the teleportation, I could potentially activate the teleportation circle within my temple. However, it is only connected to other temples of St. Cuthbert. I'm afraid I would not be able to send you anywhere aside from perhaps Hero's Purge.
Well, it just so happens to be that we were trying to get back to Hero's Perch.
Yeah, I think we need to take Tilanara back there. That city really needs our help and her help. Well, really her help. I think it's her help more than ours, but
And if you have anybody with a sending spell, if you could let Bo know that Tilinar is safe and that we'll be coming. Start making any preparations he needs.
He kind of, his eyes kind of gloss over white, and it looks like he's writing a message with an invisible pen, and his eyes return to focus. Done. And as for the teleportation circle, it does take a good bit of magic and a bit of a preparation ritual. I can have it ready as soon as tomorrow morning.
Sounds wonderful.
That's fine. I'm sure we would like to sleep on a nice bed, have a nice drink. I'm pretty sure Logos would like to go say goodbye to his friends.
yes. On that point, where would your finest high-end sleeping establishment be? In case we were wondering about, maybe getting a little bougie.
The Velvet Lily Pad would be the place you're looking for.
Oh, well, that sounds lovely.
Well, alas, I will be at the temple dealing with city matters. Should you guys need anything further, please stay a while and enjoy the town. You certainly deserved it. You have single-handedly turned the tide of these giant incursions in our favor, and you will not be forgotten. We will sing many praises of the sands of justice. And until tomorrow morn, I will go to prepare the ritual. So, I bid you adieu. And he kind of bows low and then heads out.
Alright, so I don't know about you guys, but I think we should go to this Velvet Lily Pad, get a nice hot bath, a beer, and a very comfortable bed.
That sounds like a solid plan to me. And as we're dividing up the coin, I'm going to go ahead and pay you back, Chris, because I owe you, I think, 1,050 gold still. Yep, confirmed. So just take that out of my cut, and I will take 950.
Got it.
All right, so as you guys kind of split this loot amongst yourselves, a few people kind of glance at you as they walk by. They're just kind of naturally curious, but also like the rumor mill is abound after you guys have brought a handful of captives back to the city, and once again you guys have kind of made a name for yourself as a bit of local celebrities. And as these, the hustle and bustle of the city goes about you, Tilanara turns to the group and says, "Yes, perhaps a nice quiet place to sit down and talk a bit would benefit us all. Shall we?" And she kind of turns and looks at Gladier.
Yes, of course. Do you know where the Velvet Lily Pad is? Because we're still a little bit new here. I don't know where it is.
I certainly do. They have fine wines. Sometimes even fine wines from the Fey realm. Interesting import-export, but yeah, this way. And she does lead you through the city of Lover's Rest to a multi-storied inn. It looks to be with fresh white paint and red and blue trim. It is like it looks to be 3 stories. There's some open glass windows up on the upper floors, and kind of almost like a swiveling set of doors enter the tavern at the base level. And as you guys kind of make your way this direction and enter this kind of bougie tavern, it is very bougie. There is a bar with several wine racks behind it, but also rather than benches and stools and things of that nature, seems to be almost like a lounge. There are lots of plush chairs and cushioned benches and sofas and couches, all kind of plush and trimmed with like red and silvers. And yeah, it's definitely the higher class elite here. It smells of both fine tobacco and incense. As you walk in, a handful of patrons are going about their day, and an elvish woman turns to you lot as you enter, and she kind of bows her head. Welcome to the Velvet Lily Pad. What can I get for you this evening, my fine patrons?
A bottle
I
of
would
your finest whiskey and your cheapest beer.
I'll have an oak barrel aged Russian stout.
What the hell is Russia?
It's a little place. You would never have heard of it.
She nods her head, certainly, and pours you guys some drinks. Roughly, looking at 9 silver pieces total.
Well, it's the least I can do for you boys helping me with everything and getting us this far. And he'll flip a gold to her.
Oh, well, thank you. Let me know if you need anything. Nalia is my name, and I'll be around. Let me know if you need anything else.
Food. Something that's not a charred fire giant or frog.
And with that, she sets down. It doesn't take long. She steps into the kitchen and comes back, and she's got you a nice sized helping of some boiled potatoes and a nice cut of beef. That'll be a couple copper on top of that.
Well, this just looks fantastic. I think we're also looking to sleep here tonight, get some rooms. How much do your suites run?
You're looking at 5 silver per person per night.
And are these? I'm talking about your finest suites, the bougiest of bougie, hot bath. We've been on the road for a while now. We need a little bit of relaxation.
30 gold pieces will get you the entire upper floor, if you'd like. It is all the amenities one would need, and then some.
All right. I will drop down 40 gold pieces onto the counter. A little bit of extra for you in case in case we need just prompt service.
Oh, excellent. And as Nalia takes your gold, she hands you a rather bougie-looking kind of crimson and golden key, and makes sure to set a meal and some drinks in front of all of you as you guys kind of settle into the tavern for the moment. And she says, "Holler at me if you need anything, boys." And she kind of wanders off to help another patron.
I think Glader just walks up to the table where everyone's sitting, like spinning the key ring around his finger, the bougie key, and then putting it on the table. Well, boys, and our fine lady here, companion, we have the entire third level suite to ourselves. We are going to relax, get a nice hot bath, and have a good night's sleep. Probably the best night's sleep we've had in a long time.
Oh, that sounds amazing after trekking through the rain and muck for the past couple of days. You know, the lady I think that deserves a drink, and Logus will flag down a waitress or a bartender or whatever. And please, a round of your finest spirit or ale, whatever you got, the pinnacle, the best thing that you have. Let me have a round of it, please.
Yeah, for a couple of gold pieces, Nalia is happy to serve you guys another round. And it is for sure like some top shelf. It's called bog grog, but it is some sort of home brewed alcohol, and it is very potent, but also sweet to the taste, kind of like melons. And it's a couple gold for a round of those.
I'll hand her whatever the gold is and then an extra for the trouble, and I'll slap one down in front of everyone. You know, as much of a fuck up as we are, and we tend to mess up a lot of shit, we do fucking come with results though. So cheers to what might be the best worst adventure party in the entire nation.
Cheers to that.
I'll cheers to that as well. And when Renwick slams his shot, he sets it down, and he's like, "Oh fuck, you guys, we came here to talk to Tilanara. We've been so wrapped up in our drinks and our bubble baths, we didn't even think to talk to the person we've been trying to free for the last couple weeks."
Tilanara just sitting at the bar, and she has like an obnoxious amount of shot glasses in front of her, and she is mostly done drinking most of them. Looking like about 10 rounds of tequila, and she's about 5 down. She looks like she's putting some booze in herself as well.
I cannot say, wow, I'm impressed. Dylanar, do you want to bring the rest of those shots over here and we can discuss our next move?
Certainly, and she kind of waves her hand, and with a rotating of her finger, the 5 shots she has not taken yet hover in the air, and they follow her as she walks over to a more private table where you guys are kind of post up. Meals and drinks are flowing, and she sits down next to you guys and comfortably kind of listens up to what you guys have planned next.
All right, Renwick, I think you might want to take the lead on this. I mean, kind of.
Logus is gonna order another round of shots, and Gladiator, everything's about business with you, man. We just finished a job. We can take the night to fucking party for once.
I mean, we could do both things, I think.
So anyway, and Renwick will fill Tilanara in on the whole situation about like the graying and what we've come up against with Baracus and Nayla, and how there's this mysterious figurehead above them that we don't know anything about, and just like share what we know with her and get her up to speed and see what she gives us back in return.
As you kind of spill the information about the graying, she slowly nods. She takes it all in, and she takes another shot before responding. But she looks to you and says, his name is Amorphous. I'll throw it in the chat. Amorphous is a vampire from the Shadowvale. One I have battled many times. 2, maybe 300 years ago, we journeyed into the Shadowfell to right some wrongs done by past adventurers. And in our folly and in our ignorance, we might have changed the entire landscape as far as political rulers and things in and around an area of Shadowfell, and didn't really sit well with certain individuals that, in order to protect a seemingly innocent person at the time, Amorphous, we brought him back from the Shadowfell. We brought him to the material plane, where he showed his true colors. I have done battle with him. I have tried to right his wrongs. I have slain him myself on more than one occasion, hundreds of years apart. Finishing him off is difficult, not for the weak of heart. And yes, he is the guildmaster of the Shadow Specialists. He is a special a type of variant breed of vampire from the Shadowfell who has found his way to our realm and decided that he is to stay, that he likes it here much better than Shadowfell, much more ample subjects for suckling upon. It is quite unfortunate, but I seem to not have been able to right this wrong in 300 years. So I hope whatever I can do, I will do anything I can to help Bo Brightglow. He is one of the shining beacons in the realm here. Also, the shells that they leave behind, the graying, is not a pleasant way for one to be, to have all of your thoughts and feelings and memories ripped away from you, to be used by others as we would use a glass of water or a bit of bread. It's quite the sight to behold. It leaves them as shells of their former selves, and repairing this is quite difficult. But I assure you, it is not like a contagious disease like they would have had you believe. It is something I am capable of taking care of. I have studied it. I can cure this graying, but we might need to consult Bo. Though I can expend a bit of magic and some resources to cure the graying, I can only do it to one individual at a time, and if I focus and with a bit of training, I might be able to do this 2 or 3 times a day. But from what it sounds like, there are several thousand on Borsland alone. This would take many, many years to set everyone back to how they were before. Some of them might die of natural causes, natural old age, before I get around to being able to heal them. We're looking at potentially years if we have cut the head off the snake, if you will, if we stopped the graying from, stop these vampires from making any more shells.
Logus put down another round of drinks in front of everybody.
She guzzles hers up as she kind of stares off in the distance.
Yeah, I think Clader just knocks one back and kind of like puts his arms on the table and his head in his hands. Well, that's, I think we were all kind of expecting something this dire, but to hear it confirmed out loud is definitely not fun. Alright, so we have a crazy powerful vampire from the Shadowfell leading a group of crazy powerful assassin people, also some of which are vampires. And they can create more of the grain than you're able to heal in a day. I mean, they could potentially, turn maybe 5, 10 people per vampire, each of them a day. And I mean, I don't mean this as an insult. I know curing it is a lot harder than turning them into it. But I mean, we've got to find another solution because, as you said, it would take years if we took out all the vampires that are causing this to spread.
Yes, perhaps Bo would know more, but I leave my capable. He's capable of great things. My judgment is that he will be able to help us, but I know not how.
Logis will kind of like grab his cup and kind of steers it for Locris, and here's another instance of the shadow realm coming to play a role in our lives. Good friend.
Yep. Well, I gotta make a trip there, so perhaps it'll be two birds, one stone.
Cheers to that.
As you guys are kind of talking about this, a gnome walks into the bar, peculiarly, looks to be laden with packages, particularly several spell scroll casing type of situations. Looks to have like a bushel full of like letters and parchments, and he looks around and spots Locris and says, Sands of Justice. Hi, Nimley here. What's up? Just told by the temple that you might want to know some things about what's going on in the library. Is there anything in particular I can help you find? He starts like shuffling through this big like satchel of papers.
Well, my two interests: one, plane shifting in the Shadow realm. So any information you have on that, and two, after fighting those giants, I'd really like to know more about giants. So language, any information you have about them, even a kid's book as a starter would work.
Certainly, and he digs through a few parcels and produces a bit of information on both Shadowfell and some interplanar travel, as well as some of the giants. And he really quickly scribes it. He has like a ink and quill that writes on its own. It is like a golden color, and it floats near him, and it makes almost an immediate copy of some of these scrolls, and he just hands them to you. And that's what we got. So anything else? Anything in particular you need? Kind of a busy guy, so let me know now. He kind of looks at you.
I have what I need. But I don't know about anybody else.
If you've got anything about, suppose, eldritch horrors, things like the Kraken, and any books on like warlocks, patrons, no reason or anything, as he's kind of like hiding his tentacle hand behind him.
He pulls a few more pieces of parchment out, copies down a few pieces of paper, and then slides them your way. Yeah, that's kind of what I got for at the moment. If you any more in-depth research, you might have to do yourself. There's several libraries here in town with all the temples. They got a good wealth of information, but sometimes they contradict each other, so you got to go back and forth. It's kind of a pain, but that's what I got on hand anyway.
Glader kind of shyly clear his throat and raise his hand a bit. Do you have maybe anything on divine healing, something of the kind of how to learn more about divine healing? I'm somewhat of a pious man myself, but maybe a little bit more on the a righteous punch to the face kind of pious. But I want to. I want to learn how to protect my friends a little bit better. So maybe anything on divine healing?
I don't know about healing, but I got some stuff on divine magic for sure. You know, he flips through a couple of books he's got on his belt and sifts through a few more satchels, and this scroll kind of just takes off as it's just writing itself for a brief moment, and he folds it up and then hands it to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, then. Anything else? I'm going to grab a drink, and I think I'm going to head out. So anything else you guys need from me?
Do you have anything on shadow dragons, perhaps?
Not much, but a bit. You know, he does something similar. Shifts through a few books, reads through a few papers in his satchel. All the meanwhile, this, quill and ink well just kind of write a paper itself, and then after a brief moment, he rolls it up and hands it to you.
And anything about shadow vampires or vampires from Shadowfell? Maybe specifically, a vampire named Morpheus?
Ooh, I mean, not particularly. If you're looking for info on the vampires, you got to go to the Church of Pelor. Those guys exclusively deal with vampires situations.
What about anything on the quartermaster part of the Thieves Guild?
Sorry, I don't have a lot in that neck of the woods.
Oh, no worries, friend. And let me buy you a drink for your trouble. Yeah, Logus is just like throwing his money around now that he's got some.
Oh, he's all too happy to let you buy him a drink.
Alright, are we done with the business talk? Is it time to fucking rage?
Oh, it's time for a bubble bath and a massage.
I think that sounds wonderful. I'll be taking the rest of this bottle of whiskey with me. And Renwick just gets up with his bottle and makes his way to the spa.
Are we gonna party after the spa though, or?
Well, it depends if Blade's playing tonight.
You can always go party with the Bullywugs.
I think.
Oh, Chris.
It's a lie.
Yeah, Blade, do you want to play something tonight? And he'll push him another drink.
Wait, guys, we have the entire third floor. Do you think they'll have a joint hot tub type deal, and that maybe Blade could play us a song while we sit in the hot tub? Not only
I'm
us,
down with the word joint.
Should we just fucking invite everybody up to our suite?
we have the entire third floor. I got it for all of us.
No, what I meant is like everybody in this fucking bar, and we trash the place. Proper rock star party.
Oh, that's a great idea for a song. I want to be a rock star.
Well, did you ever finish that other song you were working on? Lightning Crashes.
I started it. I got caught at the beginning. I was a little. Can't seem to figure out the wording. It's lightning crashes, another slave dies. Something. I can't get any further than that.
Oh, well, it takes time. The inspiration will come. But if anything, I guess you could always ask the barkeep if you could play show, make yourself a little extra coin on the side. I mean, quite frankly, I'm going to go get a bubble bath, and the only reason I'm coming back down is if you're playing, so keep me posted. And then he just takes off.
Okay, you make your way up to the third floor, and it is pretty lavish. Got lots of throw rugs on the ground, lots of tapestry and paintings on the walls, a warm hearth, a couple of large copper tubs. One looks to be heated and steaming water, and the other kind of a cool to the touch. There's some like fragranced bottles near these tubs. There's also a small bar, and it looks to be a wine rack that is partially stocked here. On top of that, there are a couple of different beds, look to be, strewn with some of the finer garments, some like silken and deep red colors, and also some plush, furniture, some cushioned benches and armchairs and sofas and things. Yeah, it's a pretty bougie little setup, and also like a small kitchenette area type of situation, stocked with, there's a couple of bowls of not only fruit, but you see, some dried meats and breads set about for the patrons. It's actually a pretty nice bougie little room. Renwick goes upstairs, and the lot of you continue to drink on, till Inara takes another shot. What do you guys do from here?
Blade, I really do like the idea of a song about rock stars, because we all just want to be rock stars, and live in hilltop houses and driving 15 wagons. I mean, that is the life after all, right?
See, this is exactly it, and this is the life that I aspire.
So you want to be a
Play,
rock
man.
superstar, live large, big house, 5 cars, big charge. Growing up in the world, don't need nobody. Got to look over your shoulder constantly.
Oh, these are good. Good. He takes out his book and he just starts writing down more and more. God, you guys are
Locust was
so
dropping
intelligent.
rhymes. Blade Locust was just dropping rhymes. Write that down. That was amazing. Locust, keep going. And
Remember that.
Locust will order another round for the group.
Nalia comes by and drops off another round for another couple gold pieces. And she nods to you guys and happily brings about anything else you guys need, as she's kind of catering to not only your guys' needs, but a handful of other patrons as well.
I'll tell, what's her name, Nadia?
Nalia.
I'll tell Nalia. I'll tell her, I'll hand her like 20 gold and just, instead of you having to come back and forth, just bring us a round of that fine drink every 5 minutes until one of us passes the fuck out. And it's just me, Locris, Gladier, and Blade. And Telenaro, she's still there hanging out.
She nods and says, certainly, and goes about making sure that you guys keep your drinks topped off at all times. So, as you guys kind of drink on into the night, well, technically it is late afternoon. You guys started a little bit of day drinking, and after an hour or two, dusk does finally fall upon the city, and the nightlife kind of becomes more lively. The tavern fills up with some more not really rough and tumble types, some bougie types. You notice a lot of robes and a lot of smoking pipes and a lot of glasses of wine and some bougie conversation kind of erupt around you. But for the most part, you guys are left to your own devices. So is there anything in particular you need to do before retiring?
So I imagine that by the time nighttime comes and it starts picking up, we're already pretty trashed, and Logos would have been like, all right, Blade, it's your time, man. Everyone's here. Get on the stage and fucking play some music, dude. Fucking play that sweet little fiddle of yours. Like you do so well, dude. We need to fucking hear it, right, guys? And he'll try to like get Locris and Gladiator to help him.
No,
you
I
need
want
to.
to take my drink and go read and relax.
Well, I need to hear at least one song. So, Blade, you better get the fuck up there, or else I'm gonna
Oh,
fucking lose
Lady
it.
Renwick said that if Blade plays to call him.
Well, Blade is going to be like probably at this point pretty trash if they've been day drinking. He's kind of a light body, lightweight in terms of like actual size. So like, I mean, he's just going to get inebriated pretty quickly. But so I'd imagine him kind of as dusk really starts coming in, like he's probably had, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 shots now at this point. You know, few beers. He's pretty lit. So Blade is gonna be like, all right, I'll sing you a song, and just kind of like stumbles up and attempts to get on top of pull his old maneuver of getting on the table.
Okay, give me an acrobatics check and with disadvantage due to inebriation.
As he's getting on the table, Logan's going, but wait, Blade. Captain said that if you play to call him, I'll be right back. And Logus is gonna drunkenly try to take off to get Renwick.
Blade will kind of look, be like, "Oh right, that's right. That was Captain's orders. You, dragon, yes, my dragon friend. Can you help me up onto this table?"
I thought you'd never ask. Glader's just gonna. Blade's probably pretty light for Glader. Um, he's just gonna kind of like grab his waist and just straight lift him up over his head and plop him down on the table.
Okay, yeah.
And so was that acrobatics to get up on the table
Correct.
with
Acrobatics, and
disadvantage?
we'll say it's a straight roll since you got help.
Okay, straight roll. A dirty 20.
Oh, even though you feel maybe a little woozy and deep into your cups, you with the Gladier's help, you spring lively onto the table, and in doing so, several other patrons turn their heads to you, curious.
So Blade will take out his lute and kind of like put his hand up in the air and be like, "Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Blade Silverstring. How are you all doing tonight?" Just kind of like buying time, so Renwick can get down.
Okay, yeah, Logos, you run upstairs and you burst in the door, and you see in one of these like bubble bath type of situations, it smells like lavender, and there's a lot of bubbles, and you can see Renwick's tiny face popping out of this like large like dome of bubbles that towers over one of these tubs.
I like to think that I have a bubble beard, a bubble pirate hat that I've fashioned for myself out of bubbles, and also a rubber ducky in the bath.
I'd imagine Logus just bursts through the door and like grabs like a towel or something and it just domes Renwick in the head. Captain, quick! Blade's about to fucking perform and he's drunk.
So am I, son of a bitch! He'll just like jump up out of the bath, full nude, with a
Oh,
bottle of
my
whiskey in
eyes.
one hand, and he'll throw on a robe and head down with like just a robe and a bottle of whiskey.
Okay. As you guys make your way down the stairs back to the drinking tavern proper. Blade, you see your friends approaching. What do you do from here?
So he'll be like, "I've got a song here that'll be lovely for your ears to hear. But first, but first, before I play, are there any single ladies here?" And he'll kind of like point, like kind of like lean his head outwards, like with his ear kind of, or hand cuffing his ear.
And you hear Renwick in the back just.
And Logus will be using his druid craft to make that gust of wind again to like blow through his hair and through his cloak and everything.
You do see a couple of ladies in the crowd kind of murmur amongst themselves and smile and kind of look back and forth, and then back to you, their blade.
All right, well, then this song is not all for naught, but please sit down and just give me some thought. My group of friends here, we have traveled thus far, but let me tell you something that might leave your mouth ajar. Have you heard of a giant that is breathing, that is coated in fire, that lives on a mountain that is way up higher? But
Logus and the party be like, "Woo, yeah! I know the giant."
Go ahead and roll me a performance check there, Blade.
all right, performance. Ooh, snap. So that's gonna be 27.
Damn. Yeah, you tell this motivating, captivating story, and it brings out some emotions and some of the women weep, some of the men cheer. You tell a very compelling retelling of this series of events of you and your friends, embellishing here and there for flavor, for artistic means, but you thoroughly woo this crowd, and after your performance, a loud eruption of applause and cheers heads your way. You've thoroughly impressed not only is this bougie kind of crowd at this bar, but you guys have also added a bit more to your tales of fame and fortune of the sands of justice. That being said, Blade, go ahead and roll me a d20.
D20. 11.
So you, after your little performance of a single telling of this tale, you do net in random coins, coppers, silvers, and the occasional gold. You do net 22 gold pieces from this performance.
Blade will kind of sweep in the gold that may have landed around it. I've stand up and be like, I thank you all for listening to me this night, but please go to bed and just do not be in fright, because this giant has fallen and we won't see him again. Well, even if you did, uh, I don't know where to go with this. Goodbye, thanks, and then just take off.
Okay, yeah.
That's awful.
Logus says, "Woo, yeah!"
I think Glader just stands up and like starts a slow clap, and anyone who isn't clapping, he just kind of glares at them until they do.
Oh, Renwick's like howling and clapping.
As the bar kind of erupts, and then the merrymaking kind of continues. Is there anything in particular you guys needed to do before bedding down for the evening? You guys are deep in your cups, and you have the whole upper floor for privacy, and the whole lower floor for drunken debauchery. So, is there anything in particular you guys need to do?
Hey, dear. Hey, you gonna try to take a girl up to the third floor or what?
Um,
Can you
you know,
even do that, like, as a holy man?
oh yeah, I'm not a cleric or anything. I haven't taken a vow of celibacy. No, it's just I just like divine magic.
What if you, like, do it and your magic goes away? Because maybe it's part of your oath. Like, I don't know.
I don't think that was in the fine print of my particular oath. Um, yeah, no, I think I'm okay. But you know, there's a lot going on at stake right now. Don't really think not really something I'm looking for at the moment.
I understand, but
Blade just yells, "You're lost!" and he like makes his way over to one of the single women.
I feel like Renwick's sitting there, like, kind of like nodding a little bit. There's only a little bit left in his bottle of whiskey, and he's just like, we've talked a lot about how Dragonborns got made, like with the sex. We never talked about, like, can you do it with people too? Oh. It's just like his eyes are almost crossed at this
Logus,
point. He's
Logus
like,
goes
his robe
wide-eyed
is
and, like,
open.
just free balling, just ball dangling in the bar. Logus goes wide-eyed and that's why you don't want to talk to a girl because you can't do it.
No, I in fact do have a penis. So
Well,
Show
show us. I mean, fucking the captain's showing us. I've showed you. It ain't gay. If we're friends.
well, I'm not gonna just strip down in the middle of a bar with full of people. No. Also, the
You're
your
fact
the
that you're
laws.
charm
asking about it
person.
is just weird. It just makes it weird because you're asking. If it just happened naturally, you just happen to accidentally walk in or see something, that's different. But the fact that you're asking just makes it weird.
So what you're saying is that we can see your penis. We just have to do it accidentally. I, for one, think we can do that. And he just turns to Logus and he's like, no more locks, right?
Logus is good. Are we sitting down or are we standing up?
A mixture of both, I imagine. You kind of got your own table at a bar. You could be doing a little bit of both.
Logus is gonna go and talk to the girls with Blade. And, just kind of wingman him and, see if Blade can hook him up too. And he's gonna keep an eye on Blade ear and wait till he stands up.
As you make your way over to Blade, Blade, I'm gonna need you to give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh shit! All right, wisdom saving throw. Um, is this a charm effect?
It is.
All right, so I can do so with advantage.
As I'm walking away, I'm
Unless
gonna
I'm
give the
inebriated.
eyebrows
Well,
to Renwick.
if I'm inebriated, will that harm that?
Not for this particular thing, no.
I think elves
Okay.
just have a natural resistance to being charmed.
So 16 on the first one and a dirty 20 or natural 20. Sorry, on the second one. It's a straight roll.
So in this crowd of single women, it's just a handful of ladies out for a good time. But one of them, a tiefling woman, seems to be, under the table and kind of slightly muttering to herself. You catch her casting a bit of magic on you. A little slight tingle comes over your body, and the thoughts briefly fleet through your mind of how attractive she is and how much you might actually want to talk to her. But you kind of shake it off as this lingering kind of magical effect kind of washes over you. But aside from that,
You kind of have a way about you with your performance role being so high. You've definitely got a handful of ladies kind of fangirling out around you. And as you kind of mingle with them, and Logus makes his way over, a soft hand caresses your back. And as you kind of look around, you meet these vibrant, like the most neon green eyes you have ever seen, like almost like emeralds, like almost as if they are casting out a light. And you find yourself looking into Tilinara Blackfeather's eyes. And as she kind of stares at you, she gives you the up and down once. She says, "Well, you're a bit young, but just in case." And she smiles at you and slides a silver key into your hand and makes her way. She casually kind of gives you a light, like a polite hug, almost like a one-armed hug, and whispers in your ear, "See you later, champ." And she walks away up the stairs towards the second floor and some private rooms. And the whole time, she is kind of locked eyes with you. This like fierce kind of intelligence and power kind of pulse behind these super vibrant green eyes. But she totally makes a move on you, and then heads out to a more private location. Logos, you see all of that shit.
That was going to be my first question. Blade, it will probably be, because a lot just happened right there. Have his be kind of like, oh, well, did did you see that? Did did
I did. Wow. I, you know, she's been locked in that amulet for a long time. We should have known, but I honestly did not expect that from her, of all people. That's a very powerful person, my friend. I mean, jeez.
I mean, she's like, it's got to be like 400 years old.
That's in elf years, man. She might as well be in her 30s.
What's that? Is that how it is in 30s?
Yeah, dude, but I'm considered an adolescent and I'm 100. Dude, I'm like the equivalent of like 21 in human years right now, and I'm 100.
Oh wow! This is quite an opportunity. Uh, uh, and also, what was up with that tiefling? Did you get that?
I, did I see the magic with my passive? 20?
You did see the magic, and she has like seriously like nonstop making eyeballs at Blade. Like anytime she looks over, anytime you look in her direction, she's making eye contact with you on purpose, ordering drinks with like grapes and cherries and olives in them, and she's just kind of chewing on them or sucking on them as she stares at you.
Logus is like very like, because he's drunk, is not even yeah, point at the tiefling. Yeah, it's that one, dude. I fucking saw her. Like, I mean, she's wild though, dude. Like, honestly, I mean, she's wild. I mean, look at her. She's over there sucking on the banana and looking at you.
I mean, she looks crazy. I mean, not because of the horns or anything, but those. I mean, using magic and just to
Yeah. Honestly, dude, I think she was gonna rape you. That's a little wild.
Oh God.
I mean, what do you, dude? Like, what are you into right now? Like, you want freaky wild, or like got the experience of Tilinara though, dude? Like, oh, can you imagine?
I mean, she can shapeshift, right? If she's a druid. I mean, not that
What?
I wouldn't want to fuck a bear or anything like that, but
It's wild shape. Like I was about to say, like I don't know if she can shapeshift, maybe, but like she can turn into an animal if that's what you're into. I'm not gonna judge.
oh, I didn't think this through.
Dude, honestly, I thought we were gonna do a little flirting, maybe take some random back to the room, but like, you got tieflings doing magic on you. You got a fucking wise old druid trying to bone. Like, she got a little serious, dude.
Blade kind of pulls the key out and looks at it. Kind of looks at looks at Logos, looks at the key. It's just like,
Before you make your decision, I'm just saying, there's no reason you can't do both. I mean, she gave you the key to her room. Night's still young. I mean, you could go first, second, whatever your preference. I mean, whatever your preference is, man.
yes, but I mean, if that tiefling kills me or rapes me, I don't know.
Yeah, that was a bit strong. But she's pretty hot though. Logan's like looking over at her. We're like clearly talking about her and not even being subtle because we're all fresh.
You guys are like
Yeah,
3
by
feet away
shouting.
from her.
She is like slowly moving closer to you guys as casually as possible, like scooting her chair closer and closer to, because you guys are being so obvious.
Oh shit! I think she's coming. Chill. Are we gonna talk? Or are we moving?
Blade is going to take a look at the key once more, and then going to do what might be. I mean, the moonwalk wasn't created at this time, or was it? I don't know. Who knows? But he's going to kind of moonwalk back towards the stairs where Philinara went.
All right, and as you kind of make your way up the stairs, the rest of you kind of watching this whole shenanigans go down. Blade makes his way up to the room as far as most of you know. Is there anything in particular you guys need to do elsewhere?
Logus is gonna try to stealth behind Gladier as he's distracted with Renwick, and I'm gonna try to pants Gladier.
Okay.
I'm sitting down. I haven't moved. I'm still sitting in the chair.
Logus is very patient.
Fair enough. I mean, eventually he would get up to go take a bath.
Because me and Renwick had a connection, and we're like, we're gonna see that dick. No homo.
Yeah, I feel like every like minute or two, Renwick just gives like a kind of cross-eyed, like side eye at Gladier and like, looks at him really intensely and stares at his crotch, and then like Gladier turns around and he just like shakes his head and pretends he wasn't looking, just nursing the last bit of that bottle.
Well, according to my notes, I'm 6'5", so like Renwick is directly at eye level.
Well, I mean, I was sitting
This
down.
is gonna be our.
I'm too drunk to stand. I was sitting down at the table.
I mean, you're still probably roughly eye level.
At least like the tip,
This is gonna be on your forehead, Renwick.
I mean, at some point, Glader would, like, some point into the night, after some drinking, he would, I mean, part of the whole reason he wanted to get the lavish suite was to take a nice hot bath and sleep in a comfy bed. So at some point in the night, he would stand up and go to bed, or, like, go to take a bath.
So as soon as Logus sees Gladier standing up, I'm gonna try to sneak up behind him and pants him.
Okay, give me a sleight of hand check versus Gladier. Give me, we'll call it an insight check.
D&D Beyond is all about the shenanigans because I rolled a 15 plus 5 for Dirty 20.
Yeah, I only rolled a 10.
So you don't see it coming, unfortunately. Logos.
I want to make it look like an accident, like I tripped on a stool and like tried to grab onto something and like pulled his pants down. I'll be like, "Hey guys, you ready to go up to the room?" Whoa!
As you grab hold firmly on his breeches and give him a solid tug, Gladier, for the most part, is still in his like half plate armor, and though you might strip a layer briefly, there's plenty of padding and whatnot underneath. Unfortunately, you fail to get a good look at Gladier's junk, as his armor is quite thick, and there are many layers to this padding and whatnot.
I like to imagine like he's just got a metal cup on. Never go to battle without my cup.
Logus, how much do you weigh?
Oh, not
Renwick's
much.
gonna mage hand and see if he can pull down the second layer. He's drunk.
All right, give me a sleight of hand check. Insight check
He's
for
sitting
you,
there drunk and he
Gladier.
just watched this happen. I mean, that's what he would do. That's a nat 1, but I reroll ones.
There's a 15 for me.
Damn, that was a 10. I tried.
Well,
I just give you a little tug.
As
mage
your
hand is
iron
invisible,
cup
though.
goes to move to the left and reveal your junk at the last minute, Gladier, you grab it and hold it place and pull the rest of your armor back in place, kind of scowling at Renwick and Logos.
Alright, so
Renwick very poorly tries to like whistle and look the other direction like he didn't do it.
I wanted to just, because I'm assuming Logus is on the ground right now. I want to just kind of like grab him up by like the back of his shirt and just kind of lift him up to eye level to look at him.
Sorry, lady. It was an accident. I tripped over the stool.
And I'm just gonna check. Oh, yeah, no problem. We all make mistakes sometimes. We all slip and trip, and oh, good. You're getting real heavy. I think you might slip just right now. And he's just gonna drop him onto the table.
I go crashing through the table, and I'm like, "Oh, I deserve that." Is the hot tiefling looking, Captain?
I'm gonna be honest, buddy. I can't see straight right now, and there's like 3 of you. And then he just slides out of the table and stumbles off toward his room, robe wide open, carrying the empty bottle of whiskey.
You get a few gasps from patrons on the way by, but they're kind of startled at seeing a fucking half naked guy wander through the bar. But essentially,
And he just
that's
nods
it.
at them and he goes, "Oh no, sorry, it's just a cursed hand. Nothing to be afraid of. Just some tentacles."
Gladier's gonna pat Logus on the top of the head and then go up to take a bath.
Logus is gonna sit there for a minute, kind of. Oh man, we were so close. And he's gonna get up and follow.
My plan is literally to go up to our shared room and go take a bath without clothes on. Like, you could have just waited.
I know, but that wouldn't have been as funny.
And similar to how you found Renwick, when you get into the room, you are, Gladier is all bubble bathed out, relaxing, soaking. Locris, what have you been doing this whole time? You said you want to find a private spot to read.
Yeah, he just went up to the room and he was reading the books about primarily about the giants right now.
Is there
And
any information you're trying to glean in particular, or is it just a general knowledge?
It's general knowledge, so when I hit level 3 in fighter, I could get that rune knight.
So as far as you could tell, there's a bit of lore about the giants and things, but one thing that comes up is like that you find kind of interesting amongst some of the general knowledge is that all giants seem to like
regard each other as brethren in one way or another, and there's actually like a hierarchy amongst them of the various different breeds and variants of fire giants, or of giants in general, and that fire giants are roughly like considered middle of the pack as far as ranking and lethality and tenacity and whatnot. So it seems like you guys were dealing with not the scum of the earth giants, but not the sophisticated, intelligent ones, super hyper intelligent ones either. Somewhere in between.
All right. And then in the end, learning language, because when I hit Runite, I learned to read and write and speak giant.
Okay, yeah, and you definitely kind of go over some of the giant words and runes and things in the literature.
So yeah, just treat it like Duolingo. Gianties.
Also, one thing you learn as you're kind of going through this paperwork doesn't really give you a whole lot of new information that you haven't already come across in about Shadowfell or how to get there. But one piece of information sticks out, something you might not have paid attention to before or heard of before. It is that in various points in the material plane, there the veils between the worlds, certain places are stronger, certain places are weaker, and in the places when they're weaker, sometimes they cross over. And one known place where the veil between the material plane and the realm of Shadowfell is known to be weak, this place is known to have a little bit of crossover between the worlds, is the Underdark. The Underdark and Shadowfell have similar ley lines of some sort. And it seems like the Underdark is the closest point on the material plane that one could physically get to the Shadowfell, and that's probably where you should look for passage, if not capable of directly traversing the realms yourself.
Noted.
All right. Does anybody else need to do anything before they bed down for the evening?
Logus would have jumped in the bath too with Gladier. Not with Gladier, but in another bath because you said there was multiple bathtubs. Hey,
One's hot and one's cold.
oh, well, I'll wait for the hot one then. If Gladier, wait, Gladier, you're a lizard. Do you need the hot or cold?
Glitter's 100% taking the hot one.
Ah, I guess I'll get in the cold. It relaxes the muscles. Hey, Gladier, no hard feelings, right? This is all in fun.
Glitter. Yeah, no, it's not a big deal. I know you're just a little jealous. It's fine.
To be fair, I mean, me and the captain drank a lot. I like to think Renwick just like passed out in the bed, just bare-assed, robe still open.
Yeah, no, I don't give a shit. It doesn't bother me one bit.
Here, and I'll use Druidcraft to produce a nice little golden-looking flower. In good faith, my friend.
Hmm.
And I'll
That'll
give him a little
actually,
flower.
yeah, he'll actually happily take that and um, kind of. I'm assuming he kind of took his armor and stuff off, like put it near like the bath as he was getting it in, so you'd kind of like push it into like maybe like one of the like because it's half plate on his chest, so like maybe into some of like the plates, so it's kind of sticking, sort of like a not a corsage, but whatever the fuck it is for
A boutonniere?
boutonniere, yeah, kind of push it into like the armor, so it's kind of like on his like one of his like the pectoral plates. Thank you, I appreciate that. I actually really like this.
Hey, buddy, I appreciate you.
You're still not gonna look at my dick though.
It's, at this point, it's a little weird because it's just me and you. Like, it
Yeah, it
was
is.
funny
Yeah.
when the captain was here, but like, that's a little weird. So I think we just relaxed in the bathtub. Oh, hey, dude, guess what? Fucking Tilanara gave Blade a key to his room, and he fucking went up to her room right now. So they're probably over there boning right now. Fucking Tilanara, dude.
I think that Glader just realizes for the first time, like first time that night, that like Blade is not in the room. It's like, oh shit. Well, I mean, yeah, everyone's got needs. Good for them. Holy shit.
Tilanara, though, dude, like, I know she's been stuck in an amulet, but I did not expect that. And he was like torn between that her and this tiefling, but she tried to charm him, and it kind of weirded Blade out because he was like, I was like, dude, that's kind of rape, but you know, I think he made the right choice. Dude. Tilanara probably gonna show him some shit.
I mean, he did play one hell of a song, so not too surprised, honestly.
I hope she's, you know, maybe what if she's like into like, what if she's trying to get him alone for something? You know, maybe I'm just being paranoid because of everything we've been through, and we really don't know her. But I don't know. Him being alone over there kind of makes me worried for him. Maybe that's just me caring for y'all, but
I think it's just a little bit of paranoia because of all the things we've been through, but we'll check on him in the morning. And I mean, as powerful as she is, she's just one person, and there's 5 of us. So she will feel the wrath of the sands of justice if anything happens to Blade.
yeah, buddy, this fans of justice. And Logus will kind of just soak in the pool, put his head back, and close his eyes, and take like the first relaxing moment that they've had in a long time.
Yeah, Glader would 100% just like fall asleep in the warm bath and probably sleep there. Just pass the fuck out.
All right, and as kind of sleep takes you guys into your drunken stupors and various layers of inebriation and or fornication, that is probably a good spot to call it for the night.
And or fornication.
Man, the heists are fun, but dude, nothing beats this fucking campaign. I miss this shit so much.
I agree. I mean, that was the most like just ridiculous, fun, like funny session we've had in a hot minute, and we barely accomplished anything outside of really just getting back to town and getting our reward, and then partying, and it was a fucking blast.
Well, I mean, Logan is teaching bullywogs how to become serial killers.
That fucking had me rolling, dude. How they just kept fucking up, dude. And Logan's like, and me too. I'm keep doing the same stupid shit unintentionally. Like I honestly, like the thumbs up, I kept fucking doing. They just kept murdering people. I was like, what am I doing?
It was
The
fucking
tables were turned on
fantastic.
you.
I was losing it.
Oh, great
Oh.
session, man. That was much needed. That was great.
Dude, and hey, Blade's first takedown of the campaign is a main NPC.
You fulfilled the class requirement of horny bard.
You also failed the class for boning someone that we're gonna have to work with in the future. It's gonna be awkward now.
Blade has entered his fuckboy phase.
I like to think it's Blade's first time too out in the world, and you're the most experienced
Oh, yeah.
cougar.
Like, God, like, I don't even know how old she is.
Wait, is Blade a virgin?
Not anymore.
Not anymore, man.
Backstory.
How old was Tilanara and Elf Ears?
He didn't say
She's north of 300, is what she told you. She didn't give you an exact date.
That would be the equivalent of like when in her 40s in human.
Something like
I'm
that,
down with
yeah.
that.
Blade, aren't you like 18? Like, aren't you like a young?
I'm like 23.
Oh, 23-year-old
Out there
Blade.
hunting cougars.
Yeah, I think I'm actually the youngest of the party.
But your Dragonborns live the shortest, right?
Yeah, I'm 15 in Dragonborn years, but I'm or in human years, I'm 15 years old, but I'm equivalent to like a somewhere between 18 and 20 for humans.
Locris, how old is Locris? And
I don't think he's told us, has he?
I don't
I
know
think
if I said
he
it.
said early 20s. I think.
19.
Okay,
He's
so
Is
just
that
been
in
out on
Tiefling?
his own forever.
me and Locris are the youngins.
Is that
He
in
just
Tiefling, or is it the
well,
same as human?
tieflings don't age differently. But he got pretty much kicked out of his town by his parents at 16, so he's been out on his own.
Renwick, how old is Renwick?
Renwick's early
50.
20s, right?
Early 20s. I think I marked him at like 21 or 23. I'd have to look back though.
Fucking Logus is like 103. But
And
that's like,
non-minor Sean.
but
I
that was
made
like,
sure to make my character at least 18 years old in human years.
I think I did the same because I think at 100 years old is like the equivalent of like their 21, like turning 21 for them, because that's like when they get all their shit for like elves. So I think I like put myself like right after that 21st birthday. So technically I'd be like same age as y'all as far as like wisdom and years go.
Yeah.
Ah, that shit was great, Sean. Great session.
Yeah, boys,
it was
thanks.
That was a hell of a set.
I'm gonna have to take off, but keep in touch on the socials. We'll do this thing again soon. And yeah, it was a great session, guys. Appreciate it. It was fun. And I
Yeah,
got
thanks
to
for
head
having
out.
us.
So, but I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah,
For
boys.
sure.
Take it easy.
Have a good night.